akieka mbele yake tarufeni toro yareke mwera leo nende kwendo ne muthuri wake onege simio ni nale vide igana kwendo ne jakufu nikapa kwendero ne gai kwendo ne adokore wera kapa kwendero ne gai ai wendo wadodo ngeko igana ile oravingata kwendo thingata kwenda wone gai na ile orasharia kwendo sharagia kwenda wone gai. Kwendo ne muthuri wake ucio wetwo Jakufu na nĩathingataga mũno kũnyitithanio nakĩo rĩarakeria ndetwo ũhoro wake nĩ atĩrĩtereire kwendo nginyanagia kĩnoga na rĩrĩa ciarire Juda kiuga rĩu ngũgoca Ngai nikaba kwĩyenderwo nĩ Ngai adokore wera kafa kwendero ne gai ai wendo wadodo ngeko igana dele oravingata kwenda wone gai na dele orasharia kwendo sharagia kwenda wone gai. Maũndũ maingĩ mũno nake no ũtũre ũthingatĩte kĩndũ kuma kwĩ mũndũ wa thĩ na ndũkĩone ona maandĩko nĩ maigaga mwĩhoke mũndũ wa thĩ ũcio nĩ mũrume wenda kwĩhokaga Mwathani matukũ-inĩ ma muoyo wakwa nĩ kaba kwĩyenderwo nĩ Ngai ne adokore wera kafa kwendero ne gai ai wendo wadodo ngeko igana ile oravingata kwenda wone gai na ile orasharia kwendo sharagia kwenda wone gai.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Kingly Experience. Ready now! We're doing it for God tonight. So one time, say my home, many It's DJ up your alongside them, go right on the Kingly Experience. I said we're doing it for God right about now. How many baby? You want time?
go.
Yeah, yeah, I do it. Disappointment. Yeah, yeah, I know it.
Said if you know God has been good to you,
Oh,
talk to me.
working the other way.
Mechanically. That is being mechanical.
We are trying all we can.
Fanya hivi. Nimeuliza either your laptop ikae 15 minutes. Can that laptop be on top of this? DJ. Na uweke icheze.
But itakuwa kwa projector.
Nayo itakuwa projected. Labda sasa
Kwetu sawa.
nimempea idea.
How do you go about it?
Anipea hiyo sound ya.
Video I play pale kwa project.
Nayo ndio nasema unipea hiyo sound. Icheza.
Oh, na mimi nicheza video. Saudi
So sound, sa audio kwa
sina sasa hivi video yenyewe. Kuna ni 3GB, 3GB.
One TV.
So to synchronize, ukianza tu zianze at the same time.
Kama anaweka kwa flash tuweke tu video basi.
Hizi na audio namwekea video.
Mweke tu yote sasa.
We'll have to play the video at the same time.
Because of the projector.
Projection.
Okay, fine, I get it.
Amecheka. So ni to synchronize ni tucheze at the same time ndio wewe utoe sauti mita video.
The rest of play. Sasa wewe.
Hizi asa
Sasa wewe ndio utakuwa ready. Nikwambia mchezo unacheza.
mimi nitakuwa nitaanza kuja tuanze hiyo screen pia anzisha pamoja.
Shida iko wapi?
Sound.
Si muziki imeimba tu sahihi.
Azile muziki inaimba kutoka hapa lakini nani ananini hapa kwa sound.
This is DJ Dancer.
Inaendaje? Possible to project? Possible possible to do anything?
Ongeza play alafu ongeza sauti. Iko maximum hapa. Maximum. Audio play iko bado. Compose. Oh, inatokea kwa HDMI.
State corporation established under Section 34 of the Public Benefit Organizations Act 2013 and is broadly responsible for the on organizations so as to assist in its smooth implementation and observance by the government ministries, departments and agencies at various levels, receive and review annual reports of public benefit organizations, advise the government on the activities public benefit organizations and their role in development within Kenya, issue forms, instructions, model documents, facilitate information sharing and networking between public benefit organizations and the government, institute inquiries to determine if the activities of public benefit organizations do not comply with the Act or any other law, provide advice and training to public benefit organizations, and do anything incidental or The Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority, formerly Non-Governmental Organizations Coordination Board, is a state corporation established under Section 34 of the Public Benefit Organizations Act for 2013 and is broadly responsible for the registration and regulation of the PBO sector in Kenya. It is domiciled in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. As set out in Section 42 of the PBO Act, the authority is mandated to register and register public benefit organizations in accordance with the Act, maintain a register of public benefit organizations registered under the Act with precise sectors, affiliations, and locations of the activities, interpret the national policy on public benefit organizations so as to assist in its smooth implementation and observance by the government ministries, departments, and agencies at various levels, receive and review annual reports of public benefit organizations, advise the government on the activities public benefit organizations and their role in development within Kenya, issue forms, instructions, model documents, facilitate information sharing and networking between public benefit organizations and the government, institute inquiries to determine if the activities of public benefit organizations do not comply with the Act or any other law, provide advice and training to public benefit organizations, and do anything incidental or conducive to the performance of any of the preceding functions. The authority's top decision-making organ is the board, which consists of a chairperson appointed by the president and members drawn from government and PBO and private sectors. Decisions of the board of the authority are implemented by the Secretariat, the executive arm of the organization, which is headed by the Director General. In an effort to improve service delivery to the PBO sector and other stakeholders, the authority has decentralized its services by operationalizing regional offices that's in Eldoret, Garissa, Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nakuru. Even though the PBO Act was passed in 2013, it was not implemented until May 14, 2024, following a directive by President William Samoei Ruto. The President, while addressing the 2024 United Nations
Sogeze mbele ndo. Sogezeni nyuma hiyo kitu.
For Secretary of Department of Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond. The country puts the issue into perspective.
President William Ruto Organizations Act, more than 10 years since its enactment in 2013. His Excellency, in recognition of the work that is done by the civil society and the non-governmental organization, and in recognition of our constitutional rights on fundamental freedoms and rights, declare that the Public Benefits Organization Act must be operationalized to enable the institutions established thereunder to benefit fully from the robust legal regime that was put in place in consultation with non-governmental organizations and civil society. This act should have come into effect immediately in terms of all the sections of the act, compliance by the organizations. But, from the request of the public and recognition of the fact that the regulations are not in place, I recently gazetted an extension of these regulations up to June 2026. This will allow us to have a robust engagement to make sure that the regulations that are put in place are responsive to the needs of the stakeholders and benefits the people of Kenya. This launch of the regulations is a very important step which enables us to have final engagement before the wider stakeholder engagement with the public, and thereafter the processes that involve Parliament will ensue, and as soon as these regulations come in place, I am confident that we will beat the deadline and that those regulations, when they come in place, will enable us to now require every public benefit organization to be compliant. And as a ministry, we are very, very cautious and careful to ensure that we are abiding by our constitution and we are protecting non-governmental institutions, civil society, and all public benefit organizations that are undertaking various responsibilities together with government and others also independently checking what the government is doing.
The President's statement in Nyeri and in subsequent forums, including the United States, it has been clear that the government of Kenya appreciates the role the civil society plays in national development. Here is Dr. Raymond Omolo.
Today we realize a kept promise in Kenya's governance journey through the operationalization of the PBO Act and the introduction of critical regulations that will shape the future of this sector. For years, the public benefit organizations have played a vital role in driving social development, fostering economic empowerment, and addressing humanitarian needs across the country. Their work, often in collaboration with the government, has strengthened communities and uplifted countless lives. It is in recognition of this impact that the government has prioritized the full implementation of the PBO Act. The operationalization of this act provides clarity, structure, and predictability in the sector, ensuring that organizations operate within a transparent, accountable, and well-governed framework. This marks an essential shift from fragmented policies towards a unified, streamlined regulatory environment that upholds good governance and integrity. The harmonization of the draft PBO regulations we are launching today are designed to facilitate organizations in line with the PBO Act, which focused on transparency, sustainability, and the greater impact on the communities that we serve. We welcome the beginning of a new chapter in the regulation of the PBO Act within the sector in the country.
Dr. Omolo has overseen the transition to the new PBO regulatory framework journey, including presiding over a consultative meeting at Elementaita, which brought together government officials, the PBO sector, and development partners like the UNDP, Amkeni wa Kenya, to discuss the way forward. As a matter of fact, the PBO Regulatory Authority has involved various stakeholders in the development of the draft regulations, as the chair of the authority's board puts it.
We are here for such a great milestone that we've achieved for the last close to 1 year. The President took a bold step to cassette the Act, the PPO Act. During the campaigns, His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto, made a commitment. And being a man of his word, he went ahead to cassette the Act sometimes last year in May. We realized that we had 2 drafts of the regulations, and that has taken us at least some time to ensure that we have one harmonized draft. So we have gone out to engage the sector, who have been very supportive, and the government goodwill. We've walked this journey together as a board and with management. We have very effective management led by my good friend Dr. Kipto. They have also done a very good job to ensure that at least we have a harmonized or one draft. Now we are here because we want to launch this draft so that we go out there and subject it, because it's a requirement in the law. We subject it to the public participation. And we want to ensure that everybody is involved, especially in the sector and the government, so that by the end of the process, we will ensure that all the views from the sector are captured so that we have a document for posterity to ensure that this progressive law is not in any way hampered by anything that we may come up with. I want to give assurance to Kenyans, and especially the people in the sector, that is one of the most progressive laws. And we want to ensure, actually, when you look at this law, it's going to strike beyond our boundaries. It's one of the laws, when you look around what is happening in most leading nations in Africa, talk of South Africa and other countries, you will realize that Kenya is now taking a step and a lead in this sector. We want to invite all of you who will be coming out there to interact with the public. We want your views so that when we bring out the document, it's a document that is accepted across the board. I want also to point out that in the wisdom of authority and the government, we asked the minister to give us an extension. I want to appeal to the sector, to the players, to ensure that they maximize the time we've been given for the extension, so that at the end of the extension, we have operationalized the entire law as required. I will appreciate that if all of you will be willing and ready, so that nobody feels has been left out.
The development of the harmonized draft regulations started in April this year, when a consultant was hired to harmonize the 2 drafts. The authority's staff have also participated in this process. For instance, they recently had an opportunity at a workshop in Nakuru County to give their input, particularly on the harmonized draft regulations. The judiciary, through the Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, has already established the tribunal as required by the PPO Act. We are therefore today launching a product that has emanated from wide consultation and involvement of many stakeholders. Here is the authority's Director General. Take a look.
Today we gather to reflect on the journey we have worked towards a more accountable, impactful, and inclusive PPO sector in Kenya. At the heart of our work at the authority is a simple but powerful belief that the strength of the sector lies not in the uniformity, but in the unity of purpose. It lies in the collaboration, in shared responsibility, and in the deliberate inclusion of every voice, from international, national BPOs to the community-based organizations in the grassroots. The role of the authority is to enable the sector. We have a responsibility of facilitating a fair, transparent, and conducive environment within which organizations can operate, grow, thrive, and deliver on their missions. Through the support of our various stakeholders, the PPO regulations will be subjected to public participation countrywide to ensure meaningful input. The public participation process isn't just about ticking boxes. It's about staying true to our constitutional values and participation, transparency, inclusivity, and ensuring the final regulations truly reflect the voices of all our stakeholders. We stand ready to support, guide, and partner with all PBOs to ensure a seamless transition and a stronger future for the PBO sector. I urge all stakeholders within the sector to take full advantage of this time to align their operations, enhance coordination, improve compliance, and build sustainable partnerships. Collaboration and inclusivity are not just principles. They are the foundations upon which lasting change is built. Thank you, and let's embrace this new chapter with dedication and optimism. God bless you.
From here, the harmonized draft regulations will be subjected to public participation in line with the Constitution of Kenya, then a validation process before being taken to Parliament for processing and consideration. All stakeholders are urged to actively participate in the public participation exercise starting later this month. We shall be announcing shortly the dates and venues for this exercise.
My name is Dr. Margaret Lubale, the Executive Director, and I'm so glad that we are now at the point where the PBO regulations are about to be launched. We have been following closely. On behalf of the HENET board, staff, and membership, we wish to congratulate the PBO Regulatory Authority for the strides they have made this far. And we know that our partnership with them will help us to achieve a healthier Kenyan society.
The journey for commencement of the PBO Act has been a very long one that took almost a decade and a few more months. And the civil society sector is at the heart of it. There has been a lot of efforts by the civil society organizations, specifically members of CFF, together with others that have been a part of the process to push for commencement. This is the third regime since the commencement of this law. And we are very happy that last year we got the commencement date. We know that the transition at PBO's Regulatory Authority slowed the process, but we are very happy now that we have fully constituted a secretariat to oversee the process of implementation. We, as the civil society organizations, will continue working together with the PBO's Regulatory Authority, together with other sector brothers and sisters, to ensure that we have a very smooth process of transition. We are very happy that the two sets of regulations have now been harmonized and that we have a draft that we can look at together and subject to a robust public participation exercise. Going into that process, we hope to continue working with the relevant stakeholders to support the civil society organizations in different areas and corners of the country. Number one, to be aware of the Act and the draft regulations. Number two, to help them identify any gaps that may be there in the draft regulation so that they can engage in participation when the will be held in their counties. We will also work with the regulatory authority to ensure that the feedback from those corners of this country are considered in the final document so that we have a document that speaks the mind of the civil society organizations.
Closely. On behalf of the HENET board, we wish to congratulate the PBO
DJ Cruise 254. This is DJ Danfire. DJ Cruise 254. DJ Cruise 254. DJ Cruise 254. Now hear this.
Good morning everyone. Habari ya asubuhi. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Sincere apologies. Naona tunachelewa kidogo. We are just waiting for our host, the Deputy County Commissioner, akuja atufungulie hafla ya siku ya leo. We want to sincerely appreciate tumefika kwa muda na saa ambayo inahitajika. So tungetaka tu kujulisha wale ambao wanafaa kujumuika na sisi ambao wako huko nje wote, tafadhali tukaribie. Because we want to start, we want to run a very interactive program, and we don't want to keep you here too long. As per our program was supposed to start at least by 9:30, but now we are here, it's almost 10:15. And for your efforts of coming in on time, it is important we also be respectful of that. My name is Joshua Kipto. I am an advocate, but importantly, just a facilitator for this particular session on behalf of the Public Benefits Organization Regulatory Authority, PIBORA. So I think you have been informed that he's coming in. So wakati anakuja tungeanza kwanza na maombi, as is always expected of our tradition. Who can volunteer to pray for us? Mchungaji, tafadhali, kuja utubariki. Tungeacha kwanza DC aingie, halafu unatuombea kwa tukaribisha hapa. Siku ya leo haiwezi kuwa na fanaka kama hatuwezi kuita mkono wa Bwana. Sisi kufika hapa siku ya leo na kujadiliana na kuweza kuwa na siku ambayo inafana ni kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ametubariki, si ndio? Karibu mchungaji. Welcome our DCC. Karibu. Haya, please proceed mchungaji.
Amen. Tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu tunakuinua, tunasema ni asante asubuhi hii ya leo. Bwana, tunajua kwamba imegharimu mkono wako pia kuwa vile tulivyo. Bwana, asante kwa sababu ya kufanya tukaweze kuwa na wakati mzuri kama huu katika mkutano Mfalme. Tuomba Mungu ukatupatie mwelekeo, ukatulinde Bwana majeshi, ukatuongoze kwa kila jambo ambayo tutaenda na kwa kila kitengo Mfalme. Tunaomba mkono wako Mfalme. Asante Bwana kwa sababu tunajua wewe ni Mungu na huwezi ukashindwa. Tunasema Mungu ishie milele. Tukaweze kuwa na mwanzo mwema, kati na hata mwisho. Na hayo yote Bwana akiwa sawa, tutainua jina lako. Tunasema ni asante, uinuliwe na uhimidiwe. Na ni katika jina la Yesu Kristo tunaomba na hata kuamini. Amen and amen.
Asante sana. Our national anthem is a form of a prayer. Tumeanza na maombi kutoka kwa mchungaji wetu. So I would just kindly ask then we stand up for our national anthem so that we are able to start. Tusimame. Sorry. Haya. Once we are ready. So we'll do both the East African anthem and the Kenya national anthem. Haya, DJ.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Shukran. You can take our seats. So we are just going to do a very short preliminary action. I would want to invite our team lead, who is sitting in on behalf of the Director General as well as the Director, to purely welcome our DCC, who will then open the session for us and will quickly go into our session, starting with introduction and how our program will run. Lyndon, welcome. Quickly.
Good morning. Good morning once more. Sisi tuko na furaha na tunashukuru mumepata muda wa kuja kujumuika na sisi. We don't take it for granted, and this is a very important national event. And today, this morning, I was talking to some people in the national administration, and they were saying patriotism in this country is waning. People are not as patriotic as they used to be. So we are just trying to see how best we can bring back patriotism. Otherwise, I want to welcome our host, Bwana DCC, to officially open this function for us so that we can begin.
Thank you very much, Bwana Otieno. Participants, good morning. My name is Ngonyi Maina, Deputy County Commissioner, Nyeri Central. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all in this very important public engagement, as it is known in our constitution as public participation. This is where we engage ourselves in anything that is being brought to the public, where we discuss it and try to either agree or disagree, but in a positive way. Otherwise, we are here as participants. Na sijui kama wote tunaelewa Kizungu. Tuko hapa sote kuhakikisha kwamba tumepitia huu mswada ambaye tutajulishwa ni mswada wa aina gani ambaye tunatakiwa tuchangie sisi kama watu wa Kenya mzima, because this public engagement or participation is taking place all over the country to look at this public benefits authority. We want to look at these regulations, and when we are given an opportunity, because we have been given an opportunity by our constitution, it is our right. It is our right when we have been called to have any engagement. We have been given that obligation by our constitution to engage ourselves, look at what is good and what is not good. What is good, we say yes. What is not good, then we look at it and give a proposal, or we add or delete where we feel that it is not serving us. The aim of public participation, I know, will be taken through, but the ultimate objective of it is looking at trying to regulate our NGOs. So unajua saa zingine NGOs zinaambiwa saa zingine zina solicit money kutoka nje. Na unajua siku hizi kuna mambo mengi sana, hasa mambo ya terrorism. Kunakuwa na dosari za zingine zinatumika during the issue ya counter-terrorism, financing of those NGOs, you know. So that's where we are here. That's where we are here, so that we look at it holistically and see how can we streamline, how can we make sure that it looks at the objectives of non-governmental organizations, because again we also don't want to negate the objectives of those NGOs, because NGOs they have objective, they have a role that they play in our community, in our society, in our country. They benefit us so much, and therefore all we need is to make sure that there is a proper way of managing our objectives so that we don't negate ourselves from it. Otherwise, we'll have these plenary sessions to be taken through those regulations so that we see whether they are going as per the objectives of our NGOs. So I want to call upon all of us tuchukue nafasi hii, tusikize ndugu zetu hao wamekuja watuelezee. Na nataka kushukuru nyinyi sana 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 sana. Unajua leo ni siku nyingine, leo ni siku nyingine, and I want to say that nashukuru sana kwa sababu mumejitolea kuja. Najua kuna hofu kila pahali, hata sisi pahali tuko, we as security agencies, hata sisi hatuko sawa sawa, tunakaa tukiwa na wasiwasi. Mnajua hawa vijana wetu siku hizi vile wako, wanaweza mulika mimi kama Ngonyi Maina, wananimulika hivi, na wakinimulika jameni, haitakuwa mzuri, so na nani ama nani akimulikwa atachukua amri ya hawa vijana. So na pia tunaambia sisi, we as leaders, let us all engage ourselves with the youthful people, tuoneshe pia the best way, because this is the only, I like the way my brother Otieno is saying, this is our only country. Hakuna palingine tunaweza enda. This is our only country. Na tumesungukwa na inchi mbaya sana. When you go to Ethiopia, there are issues. When you go to Uganda, there are issues. Tanzania tu ndio kidogo tu mzuri. Lakini ukiangalia hizi nchi zingine, Sudan, Somalia, hakuna nchi iliharibika. So hata mkisikia mko na kitu ya kusema, let us always do it in a positive way. If you remember what happened in 2007, you didn't like it again. I was in those sides where people were swept away. So when we are engaging ourselves, let us look at it in a very sober way. Let's have back in our minds, tujue tu, this is our only country. Whether you don't like me or not, but we have a country that we have to take care of. When in 2007, when I was in those sites, when there was tribal crashes, hata mimi kama dio na maaskari wangu ilibidi nitoroke pahali nilikuwa. So na mwananchi. So tujuage tu, hata tukijiengage, tujuage tu, this is our country. And when after the post-election violence, you remember we had thousands of IDP camps in the country. And it took many years to move away those IDP people from the camps to resettle them. I remember I was given by the government one of the IDP camp to resettle, and it took me 7 years to resettle them. I was given 11,000 people to resettle them. 11,000, you can imagine. It took me 7 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am advising each one of us, we are all Kenyans. We are all Kenyans. And Kenya does not belong to one person. All of us. All of us. So let's keep on engaging our youthful people in a very positive way. We are aware that things are not very good because we have millions of graduates in the country who are not employed. We are aware of that. But again, we cannot solve a problem by creating another problem. We should have a way of addressing our issues. So I know after this, I'll not be with you during the session because we are also taking care of our other areas in towns to make sure that we have a good environment for our people to engage in businesses. So I'll not take a lot of time with you, but I know even the team will also not take a lot of time with you so that you get a free time to go back to your areas of engagement without taking a lot of time in this hall. I know it is our responsibility to get what is being delivered to us, and then after that, we'll also be an ambassador to spread that gospel. So with those few remarks, I want to take this opportunity to
Bwana DCC. So without wasting time, we are two teams here. We have the team of facilitators or the consultants that are here together with our rapporteurs. So that's a small team, but the bigger team is from the Public Benefits Organization Regulatory Authority. I'll ask Lyndon to quickly introduce his team, just mentioning them wherever they are so that we know who are members of the authority, who will be of significant help if we have comments, and how we are going to run the session. The session will be in very simple way. Kitu ya kwanza tutafanya, tutaweza kuwajulisha kwa muda mfupi sana regulations, what it has, and a summary ya the regulations. Kila mtu nadhani amepewa kuna ka form. Muhimu zaidi, wakati ulikuwa unaingia kulikuwa na questionnaire, public participation assessment questionnaire, ambayo anauliza maswali. Tungefurahia sana kama tungeweza pata majibu yako. Una register hapo, unaandika jinsi ulijua kuhusu hii public participation. Wakati tumeregister na wakati tutakuwa tunaondoka kwa hall, hakikisha kila mtu ameweza kujaza hii, so that whatever comments or feedback you have, you are able to get. Hilo ndio muhimu zaidi. On top of that, tutaweza kufungua kikao, kila mtu ataweza kutoa maoni yake, maswali, na yote tutataka kuyajibu. Wakati tunaondoka hapa, hakuna mtu atatoka bila kusema hajaelewa ama hajashika. Hapana. Muhimu zaidi, ukiangalia katika that banner yenye tumeweka pale, tumesema public participation inaanza tarehe 19 na inaisha tarehe 25. Haimaanishi kwamba watu wa Nyeri au counties ambao tumekuja ambao inazingira Nyeri County, hii ni mara ya mwisho nyinyi kutoa maoni. Hapana. I see you as ambassadors. Mumekuja kwa binafsi au kwa niaba ya watu wengine. Hivyo inamaanisha yale yote ambayo mtaweza kupata siku ya leo, bado kama utakuwa na maoni, kama utakuwa na wazo ambalo unadhani ni muhimu authority waweze kupata wakati wanaweza kuandika the regulations, we will give various avenues in which your comments, your memorandums, your petitions zote zitaweza kusikizwa. Hata mnaweza rudi bado kama vikundi, kama PBO, muende mfanye mikutano ili mu come up with petitions. We will give that, so that today is just a start. Ningetaka kuona how many counties are represented here. Wapi watu wa Nyeri County? Mkono juu. Nyeri County, hao ndo. Aya, tupigie hao makofi. Hao ndo host wetu. Aya, tuanze Laikipia County. Nani ametoka Laikipia County? Laikipia County. Aha. Nyandarua County. Aya, tuko na watu wa Nyandarua, pigie watu wa Nyandarua County makofi. Murang'a County tupigie makofi Murang'a County. Aya, majirani wetu wengine Kirinyaga County. Nani amerepresent Kirinyaga County? Tulikuwa Meru na wengine walienda sehemu za Meru. Haya, Embu County. Oh, kuna mtu wa Kirinyaga, pigie makofi. Asante sana. Haya, wapi watu wa Embu County? Tuko na Embu County hapa. Haya, pigia makofi pia watu wa Embu County. Na public participation yetu si ati lazima tu ukuje sehemu moja inaishia hapo, hapana. Siku ya Ijumaa tuko Machakos. Kama unataka kuja ni sawa. Kuna watu walikuwa na sisi Meru wamekuja siku ya leo. Nairobi itakuwa ya mwisho. So watu wa Nyeri bado kuna nafasi. Machakos on Friday, but importantly the last public participation tukifunga itakuwa ni Nairobi na wote tunakaribishwa. And all our sessions are running live. So you can still follow the same session online. Siku hizi si lazima pia hata mtu akuje physically katika mkutano. Lakini kama anaweza kufuata na anaweza kutoa maoni yawezekana. Lyndon, quickly, could you introduce your team? Just a minute.
Very quickly, I want to introduce the team that tuko nao. Wale nitawaona, nitawa-introduce juu kuna wengine wako engaged hapa na pale wakifanya kazi zingine. Taanza hapa karibu. Huyu anaitwa Francis Tumuti. Anafanya PBRA. Next is Masi Soy, PBRA. Juliet Karari, PBRA. Tukisonga pale Zilpa Angwenyi, PBRA, akifuata na Isichi, Yvonne, akifuata hapo na Rukia. Joyce na Isiala, Doris Mudhini, PBRA, Scholar Mutua, PBRA. Nani wamejificha hapo? Ndio hiyo amesema. Then we have the gentleman that is upstanding, Bernard Boma. We have Caroline. Then we have next to Caroline, Richard Chesos. Tukisonga pale, afisa. Asante sana. Tuko na maafisa wengi kiasi. G. Akifuata hapo na Kate. Alafu tuko na Ezna. Huyo anashindwa kusimama, anaitwa Ezna. Ezna simama. Huyo ndiye anaitwa Ezna. Ukipitia registration lazima mpite hapo. Tuko hapo na Michelle. Monyoncho, Steve, Eric Mutua. Tuko na Maureen. I think wale wenye wako hapa ndani wamekuwa introduced wote. Kuna wengine wako nje. As they come in, we will introduce them, time allowing. So all I want to do is encourage us to have a very robust exchange. If you don't understand anything, kazi yetu hapa ni kujibu maswali. Hiyo tu, uliza, tutajibu. Asanteni.
Shukran. Tupigie makofi watu wa authority. Now, so I want them to take this opportunity to ask our guest of honors. Then we can move this side so that we are able to see the presentation we have. So we can take our seats. So just a small brief. public benefit organization regulations, wakati tunaandika sheria, every time you come up with what we call an act of parliament, sheria haiwezi kutimizika kama hujatengeneza regulations. Wakati tulipitisha katiba 2010, katiba yetu ikatuambia kama kwa mfano tunabadilisha kanuni za shamba, our land legislations were all changing and it was captured in the constitution. But that was not the end of it. Kama tungesema tu katiba imesema, basi ingemaanisha hakukuwa na haja ya kuandika sheria nyingine. Lakini jinsi sheria inafanywa, utapata katiba ikisema kanuni zote za shamba zafaa kubadilika. Shamba ambayo inatambulika na katiba ni 3: community land, leasehold, freehold.
Poleni sana. Kuna makosa imefanyika. Madam Director, please come. Huyu ndio mdosi wetu uko Nairobi. She's called Beatrice Kamamia. She is a director of the board. Na nilikuwa naona ni kama nitafutwa, lakini nimekumbuka haraka haraka. Wacha aseme moja.
Habari zenu. God is good. Bwana asifiwe. Mimi si mgeni sana hapa. My home county is this one, Nyeri. So nimetoka Mathira, lakini nakaa huko, mmesikia Nairobi. My friend here amesahau na mimi kidogo, kwa sababu mmeona tumakosa kidogo hapa mbele. Lakini msijali, hiyo ni ya dunia, si ndio? Yale yametuleta hapa, tutasikia, tutauliza maswali, ile kitu huelewi utajibiwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Asante sana. So I was just trying to give an explanation for people to understand regulations inasaidia nini. So nikasema wakati unaona kwa katiba wanasema sheria au kanuni za shamba zinakubalisha 3 types of land: community land, public land, private land. Na kwa the private land wanakuambia it can either be a leasehold or a freehold. Ukisema kwamba katiba imesema na inaishia hapo, then hakukuwa na haja ya kuandika sheria. Lakini ile iwe rahisi zaidi, ile iweze kubainika vizuri, kama nataka kuandikisha shamba ya public land, kama nataka kuandikisha shamba ya community land ama private land, natumia procedure gani, naanzia process wapi? So unapata katiba inasema the parliament shall legislate. National Assembly itaandika sheria ili tell you how the different regimes exist. Then we add the third one, Land Registration Act. Lakini ili kuweza kutumiza sasa, kama nikisema mimi naenda registry kuandikisha shamba yangu, we must have processes and procedures. So what do? On top of the Act of Parliament, we draft a new thing called regulations. Regulations inakuja mpaka na forms, mpaka inakuonyesha wakati unataka kuandikisha, kama uko na lease, procedure ndo hii na form ya kutumia ndo hii, unajaza hapa, unajaza hapa. For registry to accept your application, wanakuambia ulifuata vile forms siko, ndo hizi forms. That is what regulations do. So tukiongelea hapa public benefit, the PBO Act, this is an act yenye ililetwa hapo awali. Najua nyinyi kila mtu anajua NGOs, non-governmental organization, NGOs. And you used to know the organization ama the regulator ambaye alikuwa anasimamia, alikuwa anaitwa NGO Board Council. Sasa ikakuja ikabadilika. Ikasemekana now, we want to change. We no longer call them NGOs, for example. We focus on what they do, the purpose of the function they do, which is public benefit, PBO, public benefit organization. Yale yote ambao wanafanya ni kwa minajili ya kusaidia jamii, charity organizations. Na kuna njia nyingi ya kuwa charity organization. Kuna makanisa, kuna wale hata the mosques wako na committees zao zinafanya charity organization. You've heard of a foundation. Hata nyinyi wawili watatu mnaweza shikana, mnasema sisi tumelelewa hapa, Mungu ametubariki, tumeenda kwa mfano Marekani tumepata pesa, we want to bless our community back. We are registering a charity organization, nataka tufanye. Hayo yote tukaita public benefits organization. Na sheria ikatungwa 2013, PBOA Act. Lakini kwa miaka 12 au 3 hatujaweza kutumia sheria ya Public Benefit Organization Act kwa sababu bila regulations hauwezi kutekeleza au kutumiza yale ambayo yameandikwa kwa sheria. Na siku ya leo sasa tulikuja kuangalia regulations.
In the definition section of the regulations. If you look at the regulations after the scheme, the next phase is definitions. You can find them there. What a register means. What does it mean once you've registered and your organization is contained in the register of public benefit organizations? What does it mean? What's a register? Those you can find in. So the summary of the provisions of this act will be they give us, the regulations give us what registration processes, how to register, how you create these organizations, public benefit organizations, regulates them, and what are their different responsibilities. Reporting obligations. Once you register as a public benefit organizations, obligations do you owe your regulatory authority? Nimeambiwa nizungumze sana kwa Kiswahili, so nitajaribu kuchanganya zote so that we have an understanding. So reporting obligations, ni majukumu gani uliona baada ya kusajiliwa kama public benefit? Majukumu yako kwa serikali ni gani? Serikali majukumu yake kwako ni gani? Kuna pia section ya sanctions and appeals process. Like once a public benefit authority has made a decision, what is how can you challenge that decision? How can you appeal? Those are contained in the act. So in this section, within the regulations, there are proposed 4 types of registration of PBOs, 4 types. One of them ni national. National ni ile imekuwa registered as a national PBO, it can operate within the country. Then there is a bestowed. Bestowed ni yale mashirika ambayo yalikuwa yamesajiliwa katika sheria zingine, lakini sasa yanataka kusajiliwa katika under the Public Benefit Organizations Act. So there is a process on how you shift, we'll get into that. Then there is international. Kuna yale mashirika ya offer charity services in other jurisdictions, but they want to operate within the country. Those are national, and then exempt international. So as you live here, you know that you can register 4 types of public benefits under this act. Ni aina 4 ya mashirika ya jamii ambayo unaweza kuregister in this act. So so the registration process, once you conceive an idea, like umepata mfadhili, umepata pesa, ama mmeungana kama kikundi na mnataka kuregister public benefit organizations, process ni gani? What do you require? Unahitaji nini ndio kusajili? So this is where we begin with. Kwanza lazima ukuwe na jina. Jina ya hiyo organization ambayo unataka kuregister. Ukiwa na jina unaiwasilisha kwa the authority. Waone kama kuna organization nyingine imekuwa registered in that name. And then for you to benefit, ndio ufaidi katika hii sheria, hiyo organizations ama ndio ukuwe registered, usajiliwe katika hii sheria, hiyo shirika ambao unapanga kusajili lazima ikuwe inafaidi jamii. Ile program ambao unapanga kutekeleza lazima ikuwe ina offer a public benefit to the society so that you qualify. Because this once you register, you get certain benefits from government. So you have to qualify to, you have to be offering a public benefit activity for you to qualify to be registered. Next slide. So ni nini unahitaji ndio uweze kusajiliwa katika hii sheria? Now, before this slide, I told you can register 4 types. Unaweza kusajili 4 types of public benefit activities under this act. They are, like we said, national, international, exempt, and exempt international. So for those types, the requirements are slightly different for each type of category. Lakini kuna zile vitu ambazo ni lazima ukue nazo, whether you want to register international, national, or exempt or bestowed. Mojawapo kuna form, mkiangalia katika hiyo sheria ambayo umepewa, nyuma kuna forms, registration forms. So you have to do it, your application, hiyo ombi lako la kusajiliwa, lazima lifanywe in the prescribed form. Pili, ilo shirika ambao unapanga kuregister must have a constitution. Lazima likuwe na katiba. Alafu, vile tumesema jina ni lazima, na hilo lazima lipelekwe kwa the authority, registration authority, waangalie kama hilo jina unaweza kulitumia ama linakubalika. Alafu, lazima mkue mmeketi kama shirika, mkajadiliana, mkaandika chini, mkaandika minutes, mkasema tunapanga kuregister na organization yetu inaitwa hivi, na hivi haya ndio malengo yetu, hivi ndio tunapanga progress. And then you must have provide the particulars. Lazima upeane information about the officials, ni nani, wanaishi wapi na mambo kama hayo. And then you need to have a physical and postal address. Lazima mjulikane as you want to register, lazima ukuwe na anwani ya posta na mahali ambapo unapanga kuweka ofisi yako, ama you want to get you need to be served documents, where will you be found? Physical address. We progress. Sasa wakati umeshawasilisha ombi lako kwa serikali, the Public Benefit Regulatory Authority, inaitwa BIBORA in short. Wakati umewasilisha ombi lako na limekubaliwa na umekuwa registered as a public benefit organization, then what follows? Ukishakubaliwa kuregister, one, lazima sasa utii kanuni ambazo zimewekwa katika hizi sheria mbili, Public Benefit Authority Act and the regulations. Sasa umekubali kufuata hizo sheria ziko katika hizo sheria mbili na sheria zingine za Kenya. Pili, sasa una qualify ku access the benefits zile zimepeanwa katika hizo sheria. Moja hapo ni ile uko na tax exemption. Ukikubaliwa kuregister under these regulations, then you are eligible for tax exemption. Lakini hiyo haikuji automatically, you have to make an application and once it's approved, you unapatiwa, yani tax exemption means ulipi ushuru. Kama unafanya business nini, unajua ni lazima tulipe ushuru. But kwa sababu wewe serikali imekubalia kufanya majukumu ambayo yanasaidia serikali katika malengo yake, unaruhusiwa usilipe ushuru. So that's what it means to get tax exemption. Next. So baada ya kusajiliwa, vile ambavyo mnajua, mahali popote ambapo unakubaliwa kusajiliwa na una majukumu fulani na una certain benefits that come with the registration, pia inawezekana baada ya kusajiliwa ukafanya makosa na itajike uondolewe katika hiyo sajili. So they will deal with the grounds on when that registration that you've been given by government inaweza kukua cancelled kwa sababu labda hujatimiza baadhi ya majukumu ambayo unahitajika kutekeleza once you've been registered. So baadhi ya vitu ambavyo unaweza kufanya zikasababisha uondolewe katika sajili ni ukikosa, we said once you come for registration you have a constitution. Wao umesema sisi you'll register us but we will operate under this constitution. But wewe mwenyewe ukafanya kitu ambayo constitution yako mwenyewe haikubali. So failure to comply with constituting documents. So unaweza kuondolewa katika sajili. Na ukifanya kitu yote ambayo iko kinyume na sheria, tumesema sheria ya kwanza ni Public Benefits Act. Then the other and the regulations that are under it. But we've also said as a public benefit organization, you have to comply with all the other laws that govern us as a country. And therefore, if you violate any of those laws, you can be removed from the register. Ukidanganya, katika zile form zako, umewasilisha kwa the Public Benefits Authority. Ukiweka mambo ya uongo pale na ijulikane, sasa wewe umedanganya. You obtained that registration through false representation. Sasa unaweza kuondolewa kwa register. Na kwa sababu ulisajiliwa ndio utekeleze majukumu fulani ama malengo ambayo yanaambatana na kupeana faida kwa jamii. But unakuwa registered and then you start engaging in other activities. Unaanza kufuata malengo mengine ambayo hayapeani faida kwa jamii. We have said you're already eligible for tax exemption. So if you engage in some other activities, then that privilege you are given can be removed through suspension or deregistration. So we go to recognition of forums. Tumesema kwanza, as a public benefit organization, mko na officials and you can be registered. You can come together, a group of people, at least with 5 directors, and you get registered. Once you get registered, you can decide this individual public benefit organization, yani hii shirika moja yenu ambayo mmeregister, zinaweza ungana na mashirika mengine to form what we call a forum. So that the minimum, yani yale mashirika chini kabisa ambayo yanaweza kutengeneza forum ni 10. You need 10 forums, 10 PBOs to form one forum. So once you form a forum, then you can come to the authority, museme tena tumeungana sisi, labda you engage in the same kind of activities, maybe you are in the health sector, education sector, agriculture, you form 10 public benefit organizations, they will form one forum, minimum 10, but you can be more. So once you form a forum, you can come and get registered under the authority. The process of registration is the same. Ukikuja useme unataka kuregister as a forum, you will need to present the authority with, we can move to the next, you will need to present the authority with certain minimum requirements. First, you'll need to do it, as we've said, in the prescribed form, which is the forms that we've said already behind the regulations. So as we go through the main contents, you can also keep looking at the forms, muone kama the requirements spelled out there, they are good or they are reasonable. Then you need to pay the prescribed fee. If you make that application, there will be a small fee that you pay that also benefits the authority to continue giving you service. Then you need to have a constitution. Ndio kukuwe na utaratibu mzuri wa kutekeleza majukumu yenu once you come together as 10 PBOs, so that there is no wrangles. You need to have a constitution. So that's one of the requirements that will be required to the authority for you to register a forum. You need to indicate whether you're operating nationally or locally, where your activities will be situated. So once you form that forum, those forums also are allowed to come together and to form what we call a federation of forum. So the requirements to form a federation of forums, this is part of the self-regulation. Like we said, the Act allows the public benefit organizations to self-regulate. So you can come together again as a federation. So what is required to form a federation? For you to form a federation, you need at least 5 forums. Mnahitaji a minimum of 5 forums to form a federation, but they can be more, like you've said. Then once you do that, then you bring the name and the other requirements that the authority may prescribe, and you'll be registered as a federation. So wakati umekuwa registered as a public benefit organizations, there are certain requirements. Kuna majukumu fulani utahitajika kufanya. Majukumu hayo ni ya kuwezesha serikali kupeana services in a way that is clear and transparent. So some of those requirements, your majukumu ya public benefit organizations need to maintain up-to-date records of financial transactions, how you get your money, how you intend to spend it. So you need to maintain financial records that are up to date. You need to file annual returns. At the end of the financial year, you'll be required to file annual returns. You need to notify the authority. Once you've been registered, if you make any changes to the organization, to the structure of the organization, you'll need to notify the authority so that they also update their records and they're able to recognize who are your officials, where is your new location, and those kind of things. So, once you form, ukikubaliwa kusajiliwa, pia mnaweza kufika somewhere along the line, maybe you've achieved your objectives, maybe the funding imeisha, and you want to dissolve the organization. Like you want to wind up business and dissolve it. Yani mmeshamaliza majukumu ama pesa imeisha, so mnataka, as you came together, you want to dissolve. So there's a process to dissolution. Na hiyo process inaweza kufanywa na serikali ama unaweza kuifanya mwenyewe. Mnaweza kuamua wenyewe tunataka kudissolve ama it can be done by government. So ndio mvunje ile organization ambayo imekuwa registered, ile kwa hiari yenu, you will need to do certain things. You need to present the authority with the certificate of registration. Ile certificate ambayo mlipewa wakati mlisajiliwa, you will now need to present it to the authority that registered you. You will need to sit. Lazima mkae kwa kikao, mkubaliane nyinyi wote, kwa sababu mlikubaliana mkiungana. Lazima pia mkubaliane mkitengana. Mkuje mseme tuliungana kwa sababu hii na hii, na tumetekeleza hiyo wajibu ama pesa imekosa. So mkae mketi, muandike minutes, and then you present the minutes to the authority. And many other requirements that the organization may require, but those are the main ones. So, tumesema wakati mmesajiliwa, mnaweza kutengana wenyewe, ama kwa sababu ya makosa fulani, ama court directive, the authority may also deregister or may dissolve you. So some of the grounds on which the authority may initiate deregistration ni same. If you don't comply with the regulations, with the Act first and the regulations that have been established, mnaweza the Public Benefits Authority inaweza initiate the process of dissolution. If you engage in illegal activities, for instance, if you register an organization, alafu itumike kwa njia mbaya, labda ina provide funding to terrorism, or money laundering, inatumika vibaya kwa njia ambayo ikubaliki kwa sheria, inaweza, the authority may initiate the registration. As we've said, if you also get registered, hata umepatiwa tax exemption, and then you fail, unashindwa kutekeleza yale majukumu ambayo ulisema utafanya, you can get deregistered. Baada ya kusajiliwa, most organizations will acquire assets. Mnaweza mko na rasilimali ile ambayo inawawezesha kutekeleza majukumu yenu. Baadhi ya vitu kama hivyo ni mmenunua gari ya organizations, you have acquired an office, kuna pesa iko kwa benki, ama mko na furniture pale katika ofisi, na umeamua ama serikali imeamua hii organization kwa sababu labda haijatekeleza sheria ama imeshindwa kufuata malengo ambayo ilisajiliwa kutekeleza, wanataka ikuwe deregistered. So what happens when you get deregistered or when you want to wind up the organization? So ile rasilimali ambayo already acquire, it belongs to public benefit. It was acquired for public benefit. So sheria inakuhitaji hata huko mwanzoni kuchagua ile organization ambayo mnataka hiyo rasilimali ipewe ndio endelea kutekeleza majukumu kama yale ambayo mlikuwa mnatekeleza. So as on the part of the PBO, once you intend to deregister, inatakikana ufahamishe the regulatory agency, which is the Public Benefit Regulatory Authority, that tunapanga kutengana ama tumetekeleza mawajibu yetu, sasa tunataka kufunga hili shirika. So you need to notify the authority. Once you notify the authority, you also suggest which organization you want the assets to be transferred to. And then you will provide that list of assets, and the other processes will follow. You need to provide the list of assets and liabilities. Alafu kuanzia hapo, the authority will guide you on how to dissolve. So one of the biggest benefits under this new act, which is also captured by the regulations, is that public benefit organizations will be allowed to engage in public benefit activities. Yani ili mashirika mapya ambayo yatakuwa registered under this new act, and those that will transfer the previous act into these regulations, wanakubaliwa kufanya economic activities. Yani kufanya activities that generate income for the purposes of furthering the objectives. Ama kutengeneza pesa katika kutekeleza some projects in a way that will create additional income to help you achieve the objectives of the organizations. So, but kwa sababu kwanza ile pesa mmepokea ni pesa ya wafadhili, lazima ichungwe. So uwezi kwenda kufanya biashara kama ile ya kamari, pata potea, uweke pesa ambayo mmeomba mamfadhili amepeana, alafu ipotee. So the law regulates what kind of activities that you can engage in. So those activities are low risk activities. Yani, ni rahisi kupoteza hiyo pesa. So for that reason, you can only engage in a business. Unaweza kufanya ile biashara ambayo itakubaliwa na the regulatory authority. Na hiyo biashara lazima ikue for the best interest of the organization. Lazima ikue inakusaidia kutekeleza yale majukumu ambayo ulisema utatekeleza. Sio kufanya biashara ukaweka pesa kwa mfuko na kuenda kufurahia maisha kivyako. So just the previous slide there. So like we've said, those businesses have to be businesses that are low risk, and they must be in furtherance of the objectives of the organization. Then we can move to the next slide. So this is a summary of some of the benefits under the new regime. We have now the Public Benefit Organizations Act, and now there are proposed regulations under that act. So this new regime of public benefit organization offers certain advantages. Kuna uzuri fulani katika kuregister under the new regime. So baadhi ya faida ambazo unaweza pata is that tax exemption. It was there and it's been maintained. Once you get registered as a public benefit organization, you qualify for tax exemption. I think I've already belabored on that. So process ya registration has been simplified under the new regime. It's very clear if you want to register as a national, international, what are the requirements and what follows after you register. The freedom of association and expression has been enhanced under these new regulations. How? So this freedom has been enhanced by entrenching that principle of self-regulation. Serikali haitaki kutawala na kufinya uhuru wa mashirika huru. So the government is trying to ensure that you, within yourselves, within that sector, you set certain standards that regulate you. Government tu ni kupeana platform ya registration, certain requirements for transparency and accountability, but most importantly, it entrenches the principle of self-regulation. So, we said the regulatory authority under this sector is still the Public Benefit Regulatory Authority. Inaweza kufanya uamuzi fulani na usifurahi uamuzi. Under this new regime, they have introduced a tribunal. Usipofurahia uamuzi, unaweza kuomba waangalie tena uamuzi wao. You can write to them and ask them to review their own decision. Usipofurahia pia, you can move to the tribunal. And then there, you can appeal a decision that you are not happy with that was made by the authority. So it gives a checks and balances mechanism that is very beneficial for those that operate under the sector. So huo uhuru pia umeongezewa. Wakiamua, sio lazima wakuambia sasa tushaamua sisi ndio wakubwa tuende nyumbani. You can go and seek alternative mechanisms for review. So it provides also better industry standards and provides, once you get registered under this regime and you are recognized as a public benefit authority, even when you approach your donors, wale wafadhili, wanaweza kusema huyu ako registered properly, comply na the industry standards, so we can give him money. So it's better for the donor community. So that the other issue we have already talked about, you are allowed to engage in certain economic activities that promotes the objectives of the organization. So I think those are the main benefits under these regulations. So you can, after listening to this summary and looking at the regulations that are before you, you can now engage, we can now engage on what you think about the proposals and whether you think they are good regulations or there are things that we can improve. Thank you.
Tumpigie makofi. Now, nataka kuifanya iwe rahisi sana. Wakati tulikuwa tunawapatia haya maelezo ni ile tu kutry kuelewa ama kujaribu kuelewa kwa ufupi sana. Regulations haya inajaribu kusaidia nini? Maybe kwa summary ambayo tumesikia yote, ningetaka kuifanya iwe rahisi kwa wale ambao sasa nataka tuwasikizie, tuwachangie. Ukiangalia copy ya regulations tumewapatia, hauhitaji kufungua kitabu nzima ili uweze kuelewa. Just look at the first page. Imekupatia breakdown. Utaona part 1 inaongelea preliminary, part 2 inaongelea requisite for registration. So kama ni kuregister, kama ni kujiandikisha, utapata iko kwa part 2. Hiyo ni regulations number 4, number 5, number 6. Jinsi tu wakati unataka kuandikisha, hata kama ni kanisa, hata kama ni kikundi, the same thing applies here. Ukiona part 3, regulation number 7 and 8 inaongelea registration of a national public benefit organization. Tukisema national nasema ni ya kitaifa. Kama tumeamua kuandikisha sisi kama kikundi ambayo inaweza kuwa na branches katika taifa nzima ya Kenya, hiyo sasa unapata kwa regulation 7-8. Part 4 ambayo ni muhimu zaidi inaongelea bestowment. Wacha nielezee kwa ufupi bestowment. Tukiwa Meru, tukiwa Garissa, wengi wa wananchi walikuwa wanatuuliza, sisi tayari tuko na vikundi. Mimi niko na kanisa, mimi niko na msikiti, tuko na kikundi yetu, tumeshikana na tunasaidia jamii. Kama ni maneno ya afya, akina mama, watoto, what happens? Am I eligible to be under this? Sasa unapata regulation number 9, number 10 ndo inasaidia, inasema kama we ni kikundi tayari ushajiandikisha, labda we ni NGO vile unajiita, bestowment ni nini ambayo itahitajika ndo uweze kutambuliwa kama public benefit organization. Hiko hapa number 9, number 10. Ukiangalia number 11 ni registration of international public benefit organization. Hiyo haswa haitusumbui sana, lakini inafaa kwa wakati unapata mfadhili. Mfadhili anaweza kuja kwa njia mbili. Kama uko na kikundi na uko na connection katika nchi zingine, alafu mfadhili akakuja akasema nataka kuanzisha public benefit organization na wewe, ama anataka tu kuweka pesa zake kusaidia zile vikundi au vile vikundi ambavyo vinaendelea. So ni mara mbili. Utapata kama yeye binafsi anataka kuja kutekeleza hayo kazi, lazima ajiandikishe. Lakini kama ni pesa peke yake analeta, if you already a registered church na mmeamua kusema tunataka tufanye charity organization, tunataka tufungue shule ya mayatima, wale ambao ni total orphans, tunataka tufungue shule. Sisi kama kanisa fulani tumefungua wing yetu ya charity organization ina deal na mayatima, na tumeweza kupata mfadhili. So mfadhili akisema yeye tu anakuja kuwekelea pesa, si lazima ajiandikishe. Yeye tu anapewa permit of exemption ya kumtambulisha kwamba yeye hajakuja kutekeleza, amekuja kusupport. Lakini akikuja binafsi aseme yeye ndiye anafungua shule na yeye ndiye anasimamia management, ni tofauti. Ndio maana utapata hapa tunasema international registration of an international public benefit organization. Yale mengine ni ambao yamesemwa hapa, nilikuwa tunataka kuwaonyesha, ndio mkianza kutoa maoni mnajua pahali unaweza kuyapata. Utapata part 6 ama this part 6, cancellation or suspension. Hiyo ni regulation number 16 mpaka 20. Recognition of forums and federations 21 to 24. Obligations and material changes 25 to 30. Hiyo ni kama maneno ya annual returns. Wakati unaambiwa lazima utuandikishe, tuonyeshe yale ambayo umekuwa ukifanya. Kuna kipengele hapo imeonyesha kwamba kama umejiandikisha na unataka kutekeleza activities that are for benefit of the public, kwa mwaka mmoja kama usipofanya, sasa wewe unaweza kunyang'anywa leseni yako. You can be deregistered. So those are the things I think tumeona hapa. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, nataka sasa kuwakaribisha yule yoyote ambaye ako na swali, yule yoyote ambaye ako na maoni kulingana na sheria hii ambayo tumeona hapa, jambo lolote ambayo inahusiana na regulatory authority, tafadhali tunaweza uliza, utaletewa microphone na ukisimama unasema jina lako, county unatoka, kama unasimamia kikundi ama uko na organization unasema, na tunaweza kunukuu. Tuko na rapporteurs wetu wanaandika, nitakuwa nikizunguka nikisaidia wakati unauliza swali ama uko na maoni. So sisi wote tunakaribishwa. Tujipigie makofi kwanza kwa sababu ya kuwa watulivu. Aya, karibuni sasa tuko. The session is now open. We start with the first session here. Unainua mkono tunafika. Your name, county, organization.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Degwa Victor Karanja from Murang'a County, representing Kenyan Youth Forum. My question is, given that 70% of Kenya population is under 35, the youth, why does the draft fail to include mandatory representation of the youth, persons with disability, indigenous communities, and other marginalized voices in its regulatory structure, yet it claimed to be inclusive? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the authority please record. I'm not seeing Lyndon. Lyndon is always my wingman kwa maswali. So please write down the questions for him and then contact Lyndon to be within reach. We are taking 5 questions, we answer them. Mercy, in the meantime, you'll answer from the first one. Next question.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Na all participants, nikizingatia itifaki zote, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Kwa majina ni Lawis Brown Mathenge. Mimi I'm from the Nyeri Youth Sector Working Group na sana sana nakuja kuongelea vijana. Kwa hivyo yangu si maswali, ni proposal, and I'll also connect with what my brother there has mentioned. One, I would like to, in strengthening grassroots engagement and representation. It talks of national values, principles of governance, and principles of governance. Inclusivity is one of them, and just to support whatever my brother there had mentioned, % representation of youth, women, PWDs in the local boards and advisory councils in the PBOs. That, secondly, also mainstream on civic education in the PBO work, especially, and that is to strengthen Article 35 of the Constitution, where it talks of access to information, and ensure that PBOs incorporate continuous civic education and public participation that engage capacity building in their works, so that they can empower citizens to participate in meaningful governance, and also build an informed and active citizenry. And lastly, my proposal that is also under the national values and principles, as per Article 10(2) of the Constitution, this is on the inclusion of transparency and accountability. I propose that the creation of a ward-level PBO coordination desk under the Sub-County Social Development Office to ensure coordination and avoid duplication of services. Thank you. Mathenge is my name.
Thank you very much. And I hope our rapporteurs will capture. And then for those ones in more detail like that, we'll ask that as soon as we finish the session, we'd also want to have it in writing with the team that is here in the desk, so that we don't lose anything. Kuna mwenzetu pale. Just pick the microphone quickly.
Thank you very much. I don't know why the person with the mic wants to...
Wherever you are comfortable.
My name is Elijah Wangari, mtoto wa single mother kutoka Mukoroini. I have a CBO by the name BEO, that is Movement for Bridging Unity and Equity. Ours is mainly to amplify the youth voices. And allow me to air my concerns in form of memorandums, Madam Director, and the team. And I'll start with this document. When you look at the Public Benefit Organization Regulation Board, there is the formation of what we are calling POBRA or something like that. PIBORA, thank you very much. And when we look at the membership of the Board of Authority, to connect with what my colleagues have said, there is the chairman appointed by the HE, the president. There is members appointed by the cabinet secretary by virtue of their knowledge or experience in development and welfare management. There are others. There is PS for internal security, PS for foreign affairs, PS national treasury, the AG, members appointed by... Now, in regards to this, my concern is, where is the place of women youth and people living with disability. Precisely, it is excluding such an important demographic of the society. And if you check at the data, we are told by the UN that we lose over 7% of our GDP due to exclusion. Therefore, I would recommend that we include the young people, the women, or we guarantee the inclusion of the women, youth, and people living with disability. That is one. Secondly, allow me to appreciate you for such a detailed presentation and even sharing materials on time, including the Act. Most of the time we find that we have the regulations, but not without the Act to refer to. There are some general issues that I've observed because we have the NGO Act. One is mandatory rely on NGOs has placed heavy administration burden on small and rural organizations like ourselves. We lack that big capacity, maybe even to fill on returns. Why do you bring all these things to us and without even mentioning that you will be capacity building us, more so the rural organization? Second, there is somewhere whereby you are requiring audit reports, even from us, small organizations. And we've seen that there are things to do with cost. I don't know why you haven't presented on the same. And third, there is the risk of state overreach. We have concerns that the board might, we've not clearly seen the independence of the board in the regulations. The chairman being appointed by the HE, it means that this person will be an appointee of the president and the executive. Then, what surety do we have that this board will be independent and will not be infiltrated by the president? We've had concerns by the government, even calling out some of the organizations, their name out here for what they are doing in Kenya. So we need, in regards to that, we need to include civil liberties clauses to protect the freedom of expression, and we also need that you publish all regulations and the registration reasons. And also we have the regulations that you treat all PBOs the same. I've checked on the financial appendix. I'll come onto it in regards to the cost of registration. And I am assuming that you are viewing us, including those small CBOs, the same size as the big CBOs. Can you include a section whereby you are saying there is the small local organization, alafu there is the ones that are the middle and the ones at the top, depending on our financial muscles, the body size, etc. Very quickly, allow me now to go directly to these documents and submit my concern. And when you look at page 5 of the document, part 2, whereby we are talking of prerequisites for registrations as public benefit organization. Part 2, point number 3, B. There is upon receipt of the application under sub-regulation 1, the authority shall conduct a search on the proposed name of the public benefit organization, and where the search is, I don't have the issue with A, now unsuccessful, you will notify the applicant indicating the reasons therefore. We also need you to give timeline. At what time, after how long will you notify the applicants? Page number 6, point number 5, C, there is the issue of the name and the name search and being given the name of the organization. Now, point number C, you are saying that the authority shall not register a public benefit organization by a particular name if, in the opinion of the authority, the name is offensive or undesirable. I suggest that you go into details and tell us what is offensive and what is undesirable. Because according to my understanding, I've told you that I'm a person who have registered an NGO. You are not even a CBO. You are not even allowed to use the term movement. I mean, what's wrong with us using the term movement? and some other words. So go into details and tell us what are some of these names, since you've said in the opinion of the authority. So we are not there to know what the authority may be opinionated to. And also, in connection to that, some of the requirements as indicated in Part 3, Registration of National Public Benefit Organization, page 8, item number 5. You are saying details of physical address and postal address of the organization. I understand. This is critical. But then we as young people, most of the time, hatuna hizi ofisi, hatuna physical location. Also include digital location, maybe a website or something like that, so that you include us. Sometimes hatunaga hizi maofisi and we lack resources to maintain these offices. You're also saying in the point number 2, same page, pursuant to section number 9 of the Act, within 60 days of receipt of the application under subregulation 1, the authority may make a determination of the application and may, whereby the applicant is, you are giving some things, enhance this, ensure you enhance it. That what if this doesn't happen? Because we've seen most of the times within this, we don't even get these certificates within these days. So what surety do we have? Like, lazima tutapata your certificate within that timeline. Very quickly, allow me to go to page number 15, cancellation or suspension of registration. Point number 16C. You are saying that the public, that without prejudice to the generality of subregulation, 1, the authority may cancel or suspend the registration of an organization where, point E, the public benefit organization is no longer undertaking a public benefit activity. Correct. But under what circumstances? Is it that they are not conducting or undertaking public benefit activity due to lack of resources? Is it because they've shifted their objectives, or it is because they've lost track? We need to be clear on the same, because sometimes you might find that we don't have resources. So in a year's time, we might not conduct an activity. Does that mean that we are going to be deregistered or we are going to be suspended? So we need clarity in regards to that. On to page number 16. You are saying that before cancellation or suspension of a certificate of registration, the authority shall issue the organization with a notice to show cause in Form 9 and 10 set out in the first. So we want, or we suggest that other than you issuing the organization with a notice, also publish this reason so that it is out there in public. And secondly, point number B, 4B, page 16, at least once in every year and in accordance with section 15C of the Act, publish a notice in the Gazette and the website of the authority indicating the name and the reason of the public benefit organization that has struck off from the register. Not just the name and the reason. Why have they been deregistered? On to the point number 5. Notwithstanding the provisions of regulation, the name of public benefit organization that is cancelled under subregulation 1 shall be reserved for a period of 30 days. Underline 30 days. Thereafter, the name shall be available for registration. This one is being informed by your next point in page 17, point number 19, that at some time you might deregister or suspend this PBO, but then they meet these regulations. Now, if you've given that in 30 days' time their name will have gone, what if they come and amend the issues or rectify themselves? The name will have already gone. Imagine the damage. Therefore, we are suggesting that this should be an year, like shall be reserved for a period of an year. Thereafter, the name shall be available for registration, at least to give this organization time so that they can maybe align and fit into the regulations that you've said. After that, we are going to go to page number 28. very quickly. Again, a point that I had raised, point number 32. The authority may deregister a public benefit organization where the public benefit organization, point number D, has failed to undertake a public benefit purpose for a period of 1 year. Again, indicate, is it because they've lacked resources? Is it because they've shifted their objectives or something like that? Because if it is due to lack of resources, then we don't need to be deregistered or to be penalized for the same. Page number 29, point 35, safeguarding of assets. And there is point number 3. The assets of public benefit organization that intends to voluntarily dissolve, deregister, or wound up shall be transferred to a public benefit organization certified by the authority to be in good standing. This is very important. I'm in support, and I like how the presenter enhanced on this point. But then, I'm of the opinion that we follow all this that is indicated there, but then the PBO that is being deregistered, or the PBO that is folding itself, be the ones that they are suggesting the organization that they want to transfer the resources to, so that it's not the authority that is dictating for them. But the ones that they are being transferred these resources or assets, let them meet what you've indicated here. But it be our suggestion. And lastly, on page number 32, and I don't know why the presenter never presented on this. Is it by design or what is it by?
Possibly in the interest of time,
yes.
We were waiting for you to be the raise it. So you are the man of the moment. Proceed.
Thank you, very important. On the issue of fees, when I look at the application for name search and reservation for a proposed name for a public benefit organization, it is 2,000. Manze, hii imeongezewa. It used to be 1050. Actually hata saa hii, the name search. And even when you look at the application for extension of proposed name for a public benefit organization, so tafadhali mutuangalie hapo. On that one, wache ibaki vile iko saa hii. We don't need an increase. And in the same regards, I had said that you are viewing us as same. Point number 9, filling of annual returns for a registered public benefit organization. Again, there is a cost there. So sisi wakulima wadogo, sisi local organizations, hapo kidogo tunakandamizwa. Na hata hizi nini zingine, the cost, application for registration as a national public benefit organization, 20,000. Mkituitisha 20,000 sisi vijana mnamaanisha tusikuwe na organizations hapa. So tafadhali look into that. Kuwa na wale wakulima wadogo, wakulima wa katikati na wakulima wengine. I thank you even for having somebody, an interpreter. That means you've considered PWD in this important activity. I thank you.
Can you pigie makofi? I have attended very many public participation, but getting comprehensive proposals kama hiyo, tupigie makofi tena tafadhali. I just want to address two things because maswali, I'll be taking 2 more questions, maswali mawili, alafu watu wetu wapi bora wakuje wajibu. Kabla aenda, I just wanted to address 2 questions. I think I'll give you and yourself, so just be ready. Auto microphone, so huyo na mwenzetu hapa. I wanted to address just 2 concerns that are easy to demystify. Nataka kuanza na ya kwanza. Nataka kufanya tuelewe regulator ni nani. The word regulator ni yule ambaye ana supervise ama ana oversight. It is the preserve of government to do regulations and oversight. So regulator is not under control of government. Regulator is government. That is why, for example, I'll give you for example, wacha tutumie Communication Authority of Kenya. Wao ndio wanahusika na registration. Safaricom, Airtel, wote ndio wapate license, lazima waende kwa Communication Authority of Kenya. Kwa nini? Huyo ndio regulator. Kama leo unataka kufungua sacco, kama unataka kufungua microfinance, kama unataka kufungua bank, lazima uende kwa Central Bank of Kenya. Kwa nini? Huyo ni regulator. If you want, for example, mimi kama wakili, if I want to register my practice, I go to the Law Society of Kenya, who has to register me and make me accountable. But before that, I have to be admitted to the bar. Admission to the bar need the judiciary. huyo ndiye Chief Justice ndiye anaidhinisha na kusema sasa wewe umequalify kama wakili. That is a form of regulation. So I want us to see regulator tofauti. Regulator haimaanishi serikali amekuja kuingilia, hapana. They are only creating an avenue where you can register, where we can oversight, na kama ni kusaidika tutasaidika aje. So I wanted first to demystify that. So ukiona watu wa Public Benefit Regulatory Authority PBORA, kitambo na Lindo na Masi, wakati mtakuwa mnajibu maswali, please give our audience an history. What were we before? Ulikuwa unasikia NGO board. Sasa saizi wakiitwa Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, it has been a transition. They will give you that history of the transition. Lastly, kuna jambo ambalo wakati tulikuwa tunazungumzia hapa. Kwa nini tumesema mnaweza kujiregister na lazima muwe na katiba yenu? Lazima muwe na sheria na kanuni zenu. Ni kwa sababu huyu regulator unamuona hapa hajakuja kukupanga, ni nyinyi ndio mtajipanga wenyewe. Kanuni za chama, kanuni za kikundi chenu, kama ni PBO, kama ni CSO, ni yenyu binafsi, ni nyinyi ndio mtaamua. Kwa hiyo kanuni zenyu mnaweza sema jinsi ya kuchagua officials, jinsi ya kutoa officials, jinsi ya kutumia fedha. The only thing the regulator anafanya, mnamletea returns. Ndio maana tumesema once in 6 months mnaletea. Mnaweza kuja kwa regulator tuseme tumetoa wale wanakamati, tumeweka wengine. Si regulator ndiye anaamua, ni nyinyi ndio mnaamua. Ya pili tukasema at least 10 PBOs wanaweza shikana kwa pamoja na waregister forum moja. Kwa nini tunawakubalisha muregister forum? Kwa sababu kwa hiyo forum pia mtaandika sheria zenyu na kanuni zenyu, which is self-regulation. So my good friend, as you are presenting, I wanted to show you this regulation is even increasing space for self-regulation, ndio muweze kuwa ni nyinyi ndio mnajisimamia. Isikuwe kila kitu ni serikali. Serikali imesema, serikali inataka, hapana. This regulations is now going to give more space for organizations, kama ni vikundi, kama ni wanachama, mujisimamie na mujitekeleze. Quickly, I'll take those 2 questions and then I will invite our PBORA to be able to answer. So I think lazima tukue na mama azungumze, lakini tuanzie hapo 1, 2, 3. So just 3 and then we'll come back again. Tutaendelea na kuendelea mpaka kila maoni ishikike. Please proceed. Jina, county, kama ni organization tuelezee. Please proceed.
Asante sana MC Wakili. Naitwa Zach from Amnesty Nyeri COC. Shukran kwa that wonderful presentation about the PBOs Act. Nimeweza kushika mambo mawili matatu ambayo pia ningependa kuuliza maswali ama labda tupate mwongozo zaidi. Dissolution of the PBO, umesema ni 2/3 of the members. Tukumbuke kwamba kuna zile organization ziko na branches kwa grassroots. Ni 2/3 of the board members ama 2/3 of the all registered members of the organization countrywide. Na hapo pia ningependa tusisitize, tuweke nguvu that as the dissolution is taking place, tumesema public benefit organization. The membership of the organization and the community members lazima wawe wamehusishwa. Sio kule headquarters wanaketi watu wawili watatu, unakuta ndio wanasema tunafanya nini, tunamaliza shirika. Hapo ningependa tusisitize namna hiyo. Mahali pengine nimeona ni kuhusu mambo ya freedom of expression, na mkasisitiza sana mambo ya federations, wako na uhuru wa kujieleza. Je, hawa members ambao pia wamejiandikisha kwa these PBOs, uhuru wao wa kujieleza uko wapi? Kumaanisha katiba ambayo saizi possibly watazirudia tena, zinafaa ziwe zimetengenezwa for the best interest of the members and the beneficiaries ambao ni community members. So katiba ambazo saizi labda ziko vile mnasema pia hii 2013 inaingiana na katiba ya 2010. Hata saizi ni kumaanisha labda benefit organization ambazo ziko hapa huenda zitarudia katiba zao ndio ziingiane na this act. Na hapo tena pia ningependa pia kusisitiza, wakileta katiba tafadhali tukondoe macho. Bwana Lyndon Otieno alisema uzalendo unapotea. kumaanisha uzalendo ukipotea, ubinafsi unaingia. Kunao ambao labda watakuwa na zile organizations ambazo wakizileta pale ni za kujinufaisha. So hapo tafadhali ningependa
the SDG Forum, we have stepped forward for each of the prescribed fee to provide a list of our proposals in terms of fees. For the benefit of time, for the purpose of time, I will not go through the entire list. However, we have it all. We have marked the sections appropriately and provided our recommendation in terms of fees. Our other area of concern is Part 1, Section 2, interpretation of the PBO Act. And we propose to add interpretation of local and national to read and have the same meaning within the jurisdiction of Kenya, and also define the meaning of international PBO. On the area of streamlining the registration process, Section 8.2 and 9.1 of the PBO Act, the draft regulations Part 3R and 8.1 and 8.2. Our issue of concern is that in the Form 1 set out in the second schedule of the draft regulation, we propose to remove level of education, professional occupation, and the address, PO box. Our remarks in this is still PO box, because many citizens do not have access to internet, but remove the rest. Then regulation 8.2 replace may with shall, and then a notice should be in understandable format, Braille, large format, and it should cover diverse abilities. Then, on the area of bestowing public benefiting organization status, Section 7 of the PBO Act, the draft regulation 9D, we recommend that you refer to the observations above. Thank you. Allow me to continue. Then, registration of international organizations, the PBO Act, Section 11.4, the draft regulation R11.2C. Our issue of concern is on Form 5. In Form 3 and 5 of the draft regulation in the public benefit purposes, propose to include climate action and technology. And then in Form 5, personal particulars of directors and officials, propose to add country of birth and other citizenship. Then our other concern is that the PBO regulations allows for members' information to be exposed despite the data protection disclaimer within the regulation. We feel that the attendees list, complete with telephone numbers, identification numbers, borders on data protection, sharing personal data with a third party. And therefore, we propose the draft regulation should remove Section 12.1C, number 8. Then we have a concern on Part 6, cancellation or suspension of registration, Section 18, Paragraph 3 of the PBO Act, draft regulation 16, Paragraph 1. Our issue of concern is lack of clear upper time bound for period given for the PBO. These had been highlighted earlier, especially by my colleague who was here, so I will not endeavor much because it's a matter that had already been highlighted. Therefore, I continue on the same area, Draft Regulation 16.1, the Act, use of terms certificate of registration and permit of registration. Then we propose adding the word permit of registration in the draft regulation because the two have got two distinct meaning. Then on section 19.2, part 9, dissolution and registration of public interest organization, Form 20 referred for voluntary dissolution is not the reference form 20 provided. Please note that. And our concern here is that the misarrangement in the reference form 20 should be amended to speak to section 61 of the Act and Regulation 31. And the proposed amendment is part 9, dissolution and registration of public interest organization, draft regulations 13.2. And you can see the struggle I'm making, and therefore...
As long as there's summary, you know the bit now that you've given in writing,
yes,
just highlighting would be enough.
Yes.
You've done the heavy work already in putting it in writing.
What I wanted to highlight is that for the purpose of our submission, you need to provide a podium where if you have papers, it's easy to sort them. Because now, I assume if somebody with a single hand, it should be a bit... It is not inclusive.
Maybe you can make presentation as you near here so that you place it here. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Then organization self-regulation, Section 23 of the PBO Act, Draft Regulations 21, Part 2. Regulations 21 consist of at least 10 public benefit organizations. And B, engage in related activities from categories specified in 6th schedule. In this section, our proposed amendment is in the regulations to classify the organizations geographically or thematically, reduce the number to a minimum of 5 and classify to the type whether national or international. And therefore, here is all a question of reducing the categories. And then regulations 24.2, B, rejected, notify the applicants indicating the reasons for rejection. Currently, the draft regulations only provide space for rejection, but do not provide the explanation why. And then on part 7, recognition of forums, federation, forums, draft regulations 22, 2, Part B, no avenue provided for review of appeal to the tribunal in case where there is rejection. There is need to have that space whereby in case a decision is made otherwise, you can make a review. Because even in the judicial process, you have that. Therefore, this process should not be an end to itself. Then we propose in the regulation inclusion of a review mechanism or appeal for members to self-regulate. The reason why is that where such a decision is made and a mechanism is not provided internally within the regulation, that means somebody will have to go to court and becomes a very different and tedious process and very expensive. Then application for recognition for a forum or public benefit organization. There is need to provide minutes regards to the agreement of the forum. We propose to provide an extract of the minutes and not in entirety of the records, which may have private information. You find that where such decisions are made, unless it's a special meeting, we'll have other agendas, and therefore where the minutes document is provided community, that will provide an exposure to the organization that is concerned. Then part 3, self-regulation, administrative and reporting obligations. Part 7 of the, part 8 of the draft obligations and material changes in public benefit organizations. We propose that you streamline the deadlines Then part 3, self-regulation, administrative and reporting obligations, regulations 25.1. Our concern is that a PBO shall keep up to date of the following matters, and we propose you delete any other documents that the authority may specify, and we should make it clear, because when we say any other document, that concern is left at the discretion of the official dealing with the matter at that point. Then, regulatory authorities, section 42.1 of the PBO Act, that is missing in the draft regulations 2025, is a major concern, and therefore we propose the PBO Act is not clear on how the PBORA will utilize resources collected from the organizations under section 42.1. Draft regulations should include authority regulation system to include PBO Act's relation with other legal framework that assist in the implementation. And we have quoted another number of documents there that you refer to the actual details. And then we also have a concern on voluntary registration, dissolution, and winding up. Draft regulations that part 1, there is a mismatch between the terminologies for voluntary termination used in the draft regulation and winding up the registration terms have been omitted. We propose to add the words voluntary degeneration, dissolution, or winding up in the draft regulations. And as I inch towards conclusion, on part 7, miscellaneous provision, regulation section 32, paragraph 2, paragraph A, days are a blanket statement, e.g. 6 days and 15 days. And our proposed amendment is that dates mentioned in the regulations in all means should specify if they are working days or calendar days for clarity. Because we know very well that working days do not include weekends and public holidays, and therefore there needs to be that level clarity. Then, inquiry section 63.1 of the PBO Act, regulations 27.1, without prejudice to the provision of the section 63 of the Act, the authority may conduct other inquiries on public benefit organization in respect of. We propose you replace the words inquiries with investigations, add or inspection. Then federation forums, section 21 of the PBO Act, application for recognition of federation. We propose to amend to read application for recognition. And then finally, we have the following general observations that we wish to make. Sorry, I was about to miss something very important. On section 24.1 of the draft regulations and part C3, evidence of geographic spread of the forum. And through this, we have made a proposal on how that section should read in detail, and therefore pay attention to that, to the detail provided. And at this point, allow me to conclude with the general observations that we wish also to highlight the following areas that require clarification or further guidance in the implementation of the regulations. First, public benefit organization regulatory authority to have outreach and capacity building programs for the registered organizations. That needs to come out clearly in the regulations. Then have offices at branches in different counties or Huduma centers. Then the appeal process should be explained and timelines known under Section 17 and 18(5) of the Act. And missing regulation may hinder small private benefit or public benefit organizations from seeking justice to the cost implication and length of time. Then Section 61(1) of the Act and regulations 31(1) should be amended to include signatures of the 2/3 for voluntary deregistration or the board and not the chairperson alone. Because in most of the cases where you have to submit a petition or such an official process, they require for actual signatures. However, now, here you only require the chairman's signature. That may need to be addressed. Then federation should be a non-state actor. Then Section 21 to 24 of the Act is ambiguous. It gives political offices power to oppose or propose needs and needs to be sharpened by volunteers from Mercy, Sherimo, Florence, and Paul. Here we have proposed individuals that we can volunteer as the Secretariat of the SDGs Forum to support the process. And my final remark is, in the preliminary of the draft regulations 2025, other regulations 2, let's have an interpretation of section to define the national federations. This is mentioned in Section 21(1) of the Act, and the federation of the forums means a group of forums. And therefore, we as the SDG Forum submit these views in good faith and with interest of strengthening the public benefit sector in Kenya. We remain available for any further clarification or engagement on the Public Benefit Organization Authority may require. Thank you. Yours, George Gadenya. And for the interest of us who are here, I have this document available on WhatsApp, and therefore, if you'd like me to share the details, you can reach out to me, because we would like to increase that awareness on what we have submitted to the PBO authority. Thank you.
A round of applause for SDG Forum. So just one question here, then you'll come in the second round. Let me let's first take this, then we'll be taking answers right away. Proceed, Karibu.
Okay, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Aisha Dafala. I represent Kiambu County. Who is from Kiambu County here? Yeah, I represent Kiambu County, FBO, SUPKEM, Supreme Council of Muslims in Kenya. A lot have been said, a lot has been asked, just a concern. As I told you, I'm Aisha Dafala. I'm the lady who have donated the most blood in the country. In fact, yesterday I did my 99, sorry. So I was appointed as a Kenya Blood Ambassador by the Sicily Karaoke, Mutai Kagwe, and Nakumicha. So just a concern. I normally get people as an ambassador to work with me. Already they have their NGO, so they just tell me we can work together. So we share the proposal. So when they get the money, they don't call me. I've done with like 3 NGOs. So just as a concern, as me, what can I do? Because my concern is just to see, I was appointed as to create awareness, sensitize, and mobilize people to donate blood. So when we share with them with the proposal, after the money has come, they don't talk to me. So as me, what can I do? And as I was appointed, maybe I can do a foundation. But remember, we need to be like five or three. Sometimes intentions are different. So when it reaches a point of going to bank, in fact, I had a CBO where the cash was frozen because whoever we put 3 signatories. So when I want to go withdraw cash, they have different intentions. Whatever I want to do, they tell me, let's do this first, then we continue. So that's a challenge I've been having. Just advise me what to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome the Pibora team just to first deal with the questions, and then we'll start with the lady. I think we'll be starting with your hand up once we go to the next. Karibu Lyndon.
Habari zenu tena. I want to say 2 things, then I will welcome my colleague to take the first round of questions. First thing is, we are here to receive your views. Once we receive your views, we will consider them and incorporate them. However, number 2, where there are issues of confusion that require clarification, then we shall go ahead and make clarifications. For instance, the law, the regulations such as the one we are talking about right now, cannot be made out of a vacuum. It flows from the Act. The Act was made in 2013. Well, it was passed in 2013, but the making of the Act went for a period of over 7 years, and I was part of it. Most of you were also part of it because the Act went several series of public participation, and those of you who will remember, the Act was actually done by the civil societies themselves, not the government. It was a private member's bill in Parliament. Now that the government has operationalized that Act, 11 years later, we are trying to make regulations, and those regulations must come from the provisions of the Act. We cannot bring in something that is not within the Act already. So as we contribute, let us also focus on what is within or contained in the Act. So I want to welcome Mercy. Mercy Soy is a legal officer at Pibora. She will tackle round 1 of questions, then I will tackle the rest. Mercy, karibu.
Thank you so much. Hamjambo tena. Okay, ninaitwa Mercy Soy na ningependa kuwashukuru sana kwa kuja kuwa nasi siku ya leo, kwa sababu hili ni siku ya maana sana, ni siku kubwa. So I want to say thank you very much for finding time to come and share your views, and also finding time to look at the draft regulations. So I agree with everything that Lyndon has said, and I will go straight and start answering the questions that have been asked. We have divided ourselves, so I'll take the first part of the questions, and then I will invite Lyndon to come in and proceed with the other questions, and thereafter we will have Joshua. So there was the first question, and this one is about the representation, mandatory representation and inclusion of youth, marginalized communities, minorities, and PWDs. And the question was on why the regulations have not specifically provided for these groups. Now, PBOs and NGOs are diverse and they serve different purposes. We have NGOs that are specifically set up to address youth concerns. We have those that are set up specifically to address the concerns of men. We have those that are set up specifically to address the concerns of women. I will give the example of Maendeleo ya Wanawake organization. And we also have those that are set up specifically to address the concerns of PWDs. Now, when an NGO is registering, they provide their constitution. And in their constitution, there are matters that they provide in the constitution based on what their activities are. So for organizations like the ones I have given an example, and I would still go with the example of Maendeleo ya Wanawake, we also have Maendeleo ya Wanaume that is registered with us. If we then invoke this provision on these organizations and then require them to actually then include women, for example, and yet it is a men-based organization, then as the authority, we will not be doing much to facilitate the public benefit activity of this organization. So, the constitutions of each organization provide for these matters. And yes, you can provide for the same in your constitution, and there will be no issue with that particular provision. Secondly, I want to also respond to the issue of the name search, and we take 1 day to give feedback on whether the name has been approved or not. So the question was on the timelines. We take 1 day. Inachukua tu siku moja ili upate majibu kama jina ambayo mulikuwa mnataka kutumia inakubalika ama imekataliwa. Additional to that was on the reason for refusal to approve a name. And the presenter particularly made reference to if the name is offensive and undesirable. Now, in the process of name reservation, we have a checklist which then guides on whether the name should be issued or not, and there are very many reasons that lead to us rejecting the use of a name. A name would be considered offensive and undesirable if, for example, the name itself propagates violence, it propagates discrimination. Those are just examples, but the reasons could really be many on what is considered as undesirable. So there are also other reasons why your name will not be approved. Of course, if there is a similar name, hautapewa hiyo jina. Kama mnatumia jina ya mtu binafsi, basi lazima tukue na kitambulisho ya huyo mtu binafsi na barua ya kuthibitisha ya kwamba amepeana ruhusa jina lake litumiwe. La sivyo, hatutakubali hiyo jina itumike. Mnanipata hapo? Okay. Alafu ingine ni kama if you are using abbreviations. Tuseme sasa nimekuja, nataka kuregister NGO inaitwa ACT. Na hii ACT ni abbreviation. Ama niseme nataka kuiita PWAC. Lazima utueleze maana ya hiyo jina. Hatutaruhusu jina ichukuliwe kama hatujajua inamaanisha nini. Kama mnatumia sasa jina, tuseme sasa ni kwa lugha ya nyumbani, lazima pia mtueleze inamaanisha nini. Jina zote ambazo tunaruhusu ipeanwe, lazima tujue maana yake ni gani. Ili moving forward, hata ukienda huko nje kwa public, nao pia wanajua hii jina maana yake ni hii na hii. The other question again was on including the email and website in the requirements. This did not go into the regulations. It is definitely a requirement when you are filling in the forms. You will give your email and website. However, the issue of the physical address, it must be there. Let's remember the mandates of the authority. And amongst them, we are supposed to know what you do and where you are. Kama hauna physical address, tutakutambua aje? We also do monitoring and evaluation on the NGOs that are there. Kama hauna physical address, how will we find you? If we want to come and sensitize you, we must know where you are. It does not mean you must rent an office, for example. We have many NGOs whose physical addresses are also their residential addresses. Kisa na maana, when we are coming out to do our monitoring and evaluation, and we say we are coming to Nyeri, we have looked at our records and we know these are the number of NGOs in Nyeri, these are their addresses. Sasa hata tunaweza kuja baada tumewapea notice kusema next week or the other week we'll be in Nyeri, this is what we will be doing, we will be visiting the NGOs. Si lazima tujue pali huko. Lazima tutajua pali huko. So it is not a punitive provision, but it is a provision to enable you as the sector and to also enable us as the regulator to do our M&E, to identify you, to identify your needs, to identify also the challenges that you have and how we can improve on them. And then there have been concerns that have been raised also regarding overreach by the government. And I know Joshua will also talk about this. I wanted to say that the Act actually provides that the government shall involve the PBOs in policy making, even up to the local levels. And the ministries will designate an officer who will be in charge of PBOs. This is a provision that we are keen on implementing. It is only because at this point, we are at the first phase of implementation of the Act, which is the regulations. And then moving forward, we will look at the ways in which we can implement this provision on policy making so that CBOs, all the entities at county levels and the lowest levels can actually be involved in coming up and making these policies. On the issue of the board, there is the element of the independence of the board that has been raised. And when you look at the Act, yes, there is the chairperson appointed by the president, being a state corporation, that is the practice. But then again, other than the persons who are actually appointed by the executive, we still have provision for members of the federation, and we have provision for members or persons who are knowledgeable in the PBO sector. So what that means is that the composition of the board has been balanced to also include representation from the PBO sector. Therefore, the board would just remain to be independent as it should be. I thought that is good that we bring out that clarification, that there is actually representation from the sector in the board. And we are glad to have our board member here with us today. And she is also a representative of the sector, and she sits in our board alongside other persons. So thank you so much for the questions that you have raised. Maybe one last one before I sit down is on the recognition of the CBOs and small NGOs. The authority has a mandate to train and capacity build. This is under Section 42. We have in the past been carrying out sensitization forums, and we have been doing trainings. And we also now hope to expand on that. We want to expand on that and grow that system of sensitization and capacity building so that no one is left behind. We are aware we have different categories of PBOs. We have the international, the national. We also have the small groups, the ones in the counties, the ones in the grassroots. All these entities are factored in, and they will be trained and sensitized in terms of, first, what the law is. Second, unastahili kufanya nini wewe kama mtu wa CBO. Unastahili kufanya nini wewe kama kiongozi wa PBO. Alafu ingine ni, kwa sababu mko na activities zenu, munazifanya aje? How are you running your activities? We will even partner with other government agencies who have expertise on some of the areas that you are working on, so that tukikuja sensitization, we also come with these people. If you are in the health sector, we would come with someone from the Ministry of Health, for example, so that you are well trained and well sensitized on how to continue carrying on your public benefit activity. On the transfer of assets, this was also a question that was asked. And when you look at the Act, Section 62(5), it actually provides that first, if you are closing down, you decide which organizations you want to transfer the assets to, so long as it is a compliant organization and it is registered with us. Sasa ikishindikana, ndio authority wanakuja, wanawambia, okay, these are the organizations that do the public benefits activity like you, and now this is the proposed list. But the law provides that first, as a PBO, you identify the organization you wish to transfer your assets to. Up to that point, I want to say thank you very much. And if there would be any further questions, I'm still around. Section 15, ya mwisho. Still on the issue of publishing the reason for deregistration. Section 15 of the Act requires us to put out a list and publish PBOs which are registered. It also requires that we publish PBOs that are deregistered. Lakini sheria haituruhusu. Under Section 15, haituruhusu tuseme ni kwa nini tumekufungia. Hiyo nayo tutaandika notice na tunakupea as per the law. But if we go out and then we publish the reason for deregistering, if the Act does not allow us to do that, then we cannot go ahead and do that. Ni sawa? Asante sana, nimeshukuru.
Thank you for that. I think there was a lady here. There was the first lady who was to deal with that. Let me just clarify further on that here. Just speak the microphone as I expound on that. Amesema kwamba kulikuwa na wazo ulikuwa umeuliza kwamba wakati wana publish majina ya vikundi ambavyo imetolewa kwa list ama wamekuwa deregistered, they should give reasons. Now, your concern was how can the members be aware? And she said very well. Wakati unapewa notice, unapewa pia na sababu. Number 2, in the same regulations, tumepeana nafasi ya ku-appeal. Unaweza ku-appeal to the regulator kwa nini wamekudiregister. And the regulator has a responsibility to respond. And that is not the end. There was another concern here that was talking about, if I appeal to the regulator, je, kuna sababu pia naweza enda kotini ama kwingine. I need to bring to your attention, there is also a tribunal meant to also deal with complaints. If you appeal to the regulator na ukasikia kwamba hujasikizwa na unataka tena kwenda forum nyingine, you are allowed to go to the tribunal. The tribunal can hear your concerns. Na baada ya tribunal, bado tena unaweza enda katika kotini. So all those avenues are available. So let's take the next round of comments and concerns. Please proceed.
Okay, we have a memorandum. Can we present it first?
Yes, please come. Kwanza memorandum tunapenda hiyo. Na ukikuja, once you present a memorandum, you don't have to read all of them because they're already in writing. So proceed. Lyndon, let's do the honors again. Ni baraka leo tunapata Nyeri. Na tunapiga makofi wakati wana present, even kama umekuja na other members of organization. Aya, tupigia makofi. So thank you very much. You'll say your name, the organization you represent and the county, and just maybe overall comments, because now we have the specific, our rapporteurs are there. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nyeri Mwangi, representing Coalition for Peace and Gender Champions, an organization registered under the PBO, now transition to the PBO Act. So one, I want to raise, the reason we are here is at least we can give them the lived realities of grassroots organizations. Because I can assure you as an organization, we do not have an office in Nairobi, and working within Nyeri and Mount Kenya region is our core for now. So number one, we request for clarify the narrow distinction in registration and deregistration. So number one, the part of national interest, we request that it is replaced by constitutional interest. I don't think there is anything that is more supreme rather than the Constitution of Kenya. Is there? Kuna kitu kubwa sana kuliko katiba ya Kenya? Hakuna. It is our supreme document, and so the request for having national interest to be replaced by constitutional interest would be important. This is why I'm saying this. For example, one day we get somewhere in Kenya and we come to realize that maybe the faith interest is more, and a certain faith is more, can I say, more unpopular than the other. When the unpopular faith goes to register the organization, and the popular faith, for example, governs the country, then whatever they call national interest turns out to be faith interest. Are we together? The other one is ensure effective oversight over the disputes tribunal. The recommendation is mandate a functioning tribunal with regional branches. As an organization, all the time we have to keep referring to Nairobi because it is our closest office when we sit here in Nyeri, and I think within the Mount Kenya region. So it would be important that we have the regional branches with budget allocations and timelines of hearing the appeals. Allow NGOs to appeal tribunal decisions to the High Court. The other thing is regulations must be published immediately within public inputs. The recommendation is to gazette the regulations within 3 months and conduct county-level consultative forums. Number 4, proportional governance requirements for grassroots organizations. At least, let's have 1/3 of Kenyan directors because significantly, this burdens small technical-driven community groups. I'm trying to go through maybe what would be. The other one is mandate civic space protection in regulations. As a coalition, we want that the act could be used to stifle critical civil societies, and so the recommendation is embed principles of freedom of association and expression in the regulations to include a rights chapter for PBOs with protections against arbitrarily targeting and introduce penalties for misuse of authority by officials. The other one is data protection. This is very close to me because the email I used to register at PBO Act was shared with a different actor, almost providing the same information with PBO. So I and my officials were the only people who have access to that email address. However, we've been getting email addresses telling us more about, I don't know, something close to what PBO is doing, and we don't know who leaked the information to them. It is most likely your secretariat. And so our request here is data protection and privacy, because we are the only 5 people who have access to that email address, and know what it was, and it was the email address that was sent to us when we were to collect the certificate. So it is in the custody of the Secretariat. So all of a sudden, after 6 months, we began receiving information on, you need to register this, you need to register this. Confirming with the Nairobi office, there was nothing like that from your Secretariat. However, up to today and yesterday, we continue receiving emails that would say they are spam. And so we request that the PBO Act specifically safeguards our data. I want to remind you that most of the data that concerns matters of data governance lies within civil society organizations. And so it would be important, and my special request, that data protection and privacy is prioritized. The other one is localization for effective service and delivery. It is our request that you have a focal point person in every Huduma center. The last one is when we looked at the list of board members who are supposed to be, like where the president and the rest of the other person, all those, they are from government. As an organization, we request for an independent board member position to be created. This happens, and actually it has been implemented in the SHA structure, where there is for example, Kenya Medical Association sits on that board to represent the interest of medical workers. The other one is during the name search, kindly let there be a clause where organizations are requested to declare whether they have websites and social media platforms. Why? All these organizations, before they are registered, they have social media platforms. And by the time you are going to register, when you key in the name, it might appear to be a real name and a real organization that is registered operating online. However, the request to have a name search that includes website and social media platforms, but having a declaration part where the officials wanting to register the organization is requested to declare whether they exist online, for them not to be denied registration. The other thing is that most of the time I've found that trainings by the NGO board, now PBO, have been those ones that are paid for. I'm looking forward to the day when we're going to be convened as grassroots organizations to be trained by you. I don't mind paying something little, but whatever has been charged, I don't think it's little. I don't think these members here are able to afford. So I'm looking really forward for engagement on trainings that are quite affordable to these members. The last one is a request. Mine is on service delivery. For the years that I've had the organization, there is no one time I've received good service delivery from the Secretariat. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. I am saying this because I would challenge you today. Can you call the number on your website and see whether it's going through? Any Gen Z here? Kuna mtu akona simu Levis? Chukua simu yako upige hii namba. 020 26 62 604. Call for me. That number is what is in the website, and I want, it's not the one. Pardon?
Our number is 221-4044 or 221-4887.
Okay, so this one is on the website. It says it's for the Kisumu branch. So when we called, I derived it from the website yesterday because I really wanted to know whether the public participation is really happening or it's not going to happen. So when you dial the number, it says it is NGO Board Kisumu branch. So on the same, my reasons for making a journey from Nyeri to there is that calling that number several times even has not been effective. There was a time I used to call, nobody picks. I challenged the Secretariat, can we get better service delivery, even as you prepare to devolve the PBO secretariat into the counties. So that is it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take those are 3 hands I've seen. So 1, 2, 3. Then Lyndon will be able to answer some of the questions that had been raised quickly. Tupigie makofi, at least PWD tumeweza. So she will be the one addressing as she speaks. Karibu, proceed.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the representative from the offices. We are so grateful today. Caroline Nyambura. I'm deaf. One thing I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers for planning for a sign language interpreter during this participation. I've learned a lot, but I have a concern. Because we don't get equal opportunities and get equal information like the hearing or any other person. So we get the information a bit late. So for me, I don't have a lot that I can contribute on the PBOs. As a deaf consumer, we don't have that equal access. We always get it the last minute. We'd like to be informed like any other person. Sometimes you do the channels that you do use to communicate. Maybe you can do an SMS for us, because that one, it's effective. I'll be able to see it and I'll be able to get the information being communicated. The second point I have, because of the communication barrier, maybe we'll visit some of these offices, maybe the secretariat, and sometimes we are requested to come with our interpreters. For example, you can see the interpreters that we are offering the services today. Maybe they are here and I need some services. I can't keep on waiting. I need to be served like any other person, because it is crucial for me as a citizen. And also, this should be provided by the government, because we have the 3 languages, English, Kiswahili, and sign language. So we need the interpreters to be on board in each and everything that is going on. Number 3. As when you are invited people, we have different categories. We normally put them together, like for example, I don't know how many people with disabilities we do have in this forum, like the blind, deaf, the physically. We have different categories. We have those who have autism. We have to be inclusive. When we talk about inclusivity, let us include each and every one. And also kindly, it is a request. The channel that you do use to pass the information, consider everyone. So that each and everyone can have access to the information that is being shared. Thank you for listening to me. I'm so grateful.
Thank you very, very much. So there was a second hand, okay, and then we proceed to the third hand, then Lyndon, you'll come address concern. Proceed. Don't forget the name, county, and if you represent an organization. Proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Amos Wanjala. I represent MMV Associates CLG. We were in Meru, and also I'm here. Kiwezekana tutazunguka hii Kenya siku zote.
Karibu.
Mtakuwa mkinipata kila mahali penye mtaenda.
MMV, I hope our rapporteurs remember Mau Mau Veterans Association.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think you can even recruit a member. Victor is really interested to
Thank you.
join your association.
Thank you. So MMV is registered under the, it's a company limited by guarantee. It's an association of many members. We have got around 185,000 members across the country and in all counties. So we have members in Nyeri. I think all my members can just stand up and wave. We have
Let's appreciate them, clap for them. Thank you very much.
Okay, as we start, or as I start, as Mau Mau War veterans, we have been educating our members on the benefits of the public benefit organization since the start of this year. And all our members are very conversant with the Act. And that we appreciate a lot for the authority. My concern is just the name authority. As you know, the authority, it means enforcing. And when you enforce something, it puts a potential abuse under Article 36 of the Kenyan Constitution, which says every person has a freedom of association. And it also contradicts the enabling, participatory, and independent nature of a civil society. And it also, the name authority in a public benefit organization, it creates the image of policing and the bureaucracy, rather than facilitation and collaboration. So on my suggestion, or on our suggestion, at least unajua ukiweka kitu kama authority, kama Kenya Revenue Authority, unajua hawa ni watu wakikujia, wakujangi na uzuri. So mkiweka kitu kama Kenya Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Council, at least inakuwa friendly. So that is my proposal, at least muangalie kwa hiyo jina authority. Another thing, our proposal is establish a PBO, self-regulation and accreditation mechanism managed by a national civil society platform with a government recognition, in which it will encourage internal discipline and reduce over-reliance on state regulations. We also propose we allow PBOs to access public contracts, because contracts are national development funds, in which on the Act you can amend procurement laws and funding frameworks to allow certified PBOs on the authority, to allow certified PBOs to bid public development contracts, because they can earn some income from those bids. They can also access funds from national and county government transparently if you allow them to access public contracts. We also suggest that you protect PBOs, or we ask the authority to protect the PBOs from political interference and deregistration abuse. Because as you have said that you require a court order or a tribunal process before deregistration or asset freezing. Sometimes you can get most of the people or most of the politicians wako na interest kwa some of the PBOs. Wakikosana kidogo na the management of the PBOs, wanakimbia kwenda kwa authority, funga hii kitu. Naona? So without tukikuwa assured kwamba tutakuwa protected against any political interference na wanasiasa kuingilia katika PBO zetu, tunajua we are very much safe. As the MMV, we are a non-political organization, so hatutataka kuingia kwa PBO then kukuwe na ile government interference, wakuja waingie waseme hii Mau Mau War veterans, because tunajua kitu ambacho wanataka, funga hii kitu. So tungependa you protect us from those political inclusions and interference. We also need you to promote inclusions of marginalized and historical justice groups. You can create PBOs based on historical justice, land reforms, youth, women and indigenous rights, so that tukikuja kuform kama sisi the Mau Mau War Veterans Association, tukikuja kuregister kama Mau Mau War Veterans, tunajua sisi tuko under historical justices. Kuna wengine watakuja kuform a PBO under the land reform justice, under land reforms. Kuna wale watakuja kuform under the youth. Kuna wenye watakuja kuform under the people with disability na the women. We also want you to simplify and decentralize the registration process. You can allow PBO registration to happen at county level with digital support. Maybe you can allow us to register online, submit our documents online. If there is anything hard copy that you need, we provide the contacts for you to follow up. We also propose that you create a statutory requirement for the PBOs to participate in national and county development planning, and also be the members of the budgeting processes. That is under the PFM Act, that is a Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012. At least kama sisi PBOs tunakuwa hapo, tunajua budget ya county yetu ni pesa ngapi, budget ya national budget ni pesa ngapi, pia nasi tukue under that committee ya implementation of the budget. Another thing ni ningependa tu pia kuwa na point of concern ambayo dadangu amesema. Ni kweli tuko na shida kwa mambo na mtandao wa Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority. Pia nami on Friday nilijaribu sana kupiga simu. Yangu ilikuwa inaingia lakini haikuwa inashikwa. Sijui shida ni nini. So tujaribie sana, mturekebishie. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Now, there were two hands I had mentioned. There's a lady behind there, two of them. Now, for the Mau Mau Association, we haven't seen your petition. You never gave us a written petition. Please ensure you give us. You gave out physically in Meru. Okay, we'll check with our team. And I think quite a number of concerns we had equally answered on the other side. So let's proceed quickly.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Nyawira Mwangi. I am come from Nyeri County, and I have my colleagues here. They can stand and wave.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
What is the name of your organization?
Shofco.
Shofco.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shining Hope for the Communities.
Proceed.
Yeah, we have three concerns. Number one, on monitoring, oversight, and sanctions. What will be the criteria for monitoring and evaluating PBO performance? The next one, will the feedback from the public influence the final decision, and how will it be documented? And the last one, on constitutional consistency, has the Attorney General or Parliament Legal Affairs Committee confirmed that the clauses in the 2025 regulations align in the Article 36, into brackets, freedom of association, and Article 47, fair administration action of the Constitution, as demanded in the ruling of the High Court petition 212 of the 2016. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good. I think, Lyndon, there are questions you are to answer. You can combine with that. Then we can take another round. Proceed.
Before I come to answer questions, I want to bring Richard Jesus to say one or two things. He is our Director of Communications, and communication issues have been raised. Serikali yenye inafanya kazi na kupea majibu hapo hapo, si ndio? Richard.
And I think he could answer especially the one on contact. Proceed.
Thank you so much. As you've been told, my name is Richard Jesus. I'm in charge of communication at the PPORA. Now, a question has been asked about how we facilitate our clients who live with disability to get information. As an organization, we believe everyone needs to get the information that is supposed to be out there, including those living with disability. And that's why if you have looked at our standard banner, one of our core values is diversity and inclusivity. We ensure that all key policy documents are accessible to all persons, including people living with disability. For instance, if you go to our offices and you would like to check our service charter, which we believe is a key contract between us and our clients, all our service charters are on Braille, for example. And we also ensure that all our key events, including this event, includes people called sign language interpreters. As you can see, one of us is here. And we ensure that we bring at least 2 of them so that they are able to cover the event without getting tired. On the issue of Braille, we have an agreement with some organizations that do Braille, and every time we have a key document that is supposed to go out, we normally discuss with them how then we can access like our people who have challenges, sight challenges, and they have told us that in this case, in this circuit of public participation program, there are some online applications that our clients can use, and we've agreed that the final draft, the final regulations that will now be taken to Parliament, the regulations that will have been approved by Parliament will be in Braille, so that those who have challenges of sight can then access the regulations in full, from the title to the last page, including the statutory forms. Now, we also ensure that our writings are large enough for those who have sight challenges can see from even behind. If you can see our event banner on public benefit organization, draft public benefit organization regulations, is large enough for someone to see from behind. We are also building our website, and we shall ensure that there is a mechanism for people living with disability to get information. And we are also we also invite advices or comments on how then we can improve our inclusivity to ensure that everyone can access information that is supposed to reach them. Thank you so much for that.
Lyndon, you could take the questions before you come back to the audience. Maybe Lyndon, I didn't get there was an answer about contacts, about your contacts. The contacts of the regulator.
There is a lady who raised an issue about a telephone number that initially I thought it was not being picked, but I have since established that that telephone number is not going through. So I have taken the details, and I will be getting to her in the course of today. I would like to find out what exactly has happened. But as of our telephone contacts you've been given by my colleague, we even have a Safaricom line. If you look at our contacts on our standard banner, you will get our telephone contacts for the headquarters. On the issue of Kisumu, please let me take it up. I'll get back to you. I've taken your contacts, and we take such comments from our clients extremely seriously, and we have internal policies on how such things are handled. So please bear with us. I am sure in the course of today we shall get back to you. Asante.
Thank you, Richard. There is a plethora of questions. I will go one by one. Number one is on the cost of audit reports. There was a question to that effect, right? Now, we have provided for two methods of filing returns. Even though the Act says that everybody needs to file returns, we think, and we will seek your concurrence later when we seek to amend the Act, that there are organizations whose budgets are small and therefore they should only file Form 14. The current Form 14, I'm sure in the new dispensation it will be a different form, but we have made that proposal that organizations can file Form 14, and then organizations whose budgets are above $1 million bob can file both Form 14 and audited accounts. There was a question on digital address. The way the world works is that if you're going to do anything, that you're going to engage with other people, they need to know where to find you. If you're going to do business, you need to have an office where people can come and find you carrying on a business. The same way with PBOs, if you're going to engage with Mwananchi in terms of service delivery, in terms of fundraising, and so on, you need to have an office where Mwananchi can come and find you. So this digital address can be an alternative address, but you need to have a physical office where you can be found. Imagine if government was digital. If you want to go see the Attorney General, you find a digital address. There is no physical office. It will be chaotic. There's a proposal that we maintain the current fees as they are. It will be taken under consideration. There was also a question on dissolution. Dissolution of PBO's 2/3 members. The question was, does it mean 2/3 of members can conclusively dissolve an organization which has different branches? This is about governance. When you come to register an organization, you are registering one single organization. If that organization decides to have branches countrywide, the organization is the one that was registered. The branches are part and parcel of the organization. They are not the organization. The organization is the one that has been registered and the one whose physical official address has been entered into the register, and the one which has the members, which has been set in place by the members. So if membership increases, all those members
draw allegiance to the original organization that was put in place. Branches are supposed to help the organization in service delivery so that they get closer to the people that need their services. For example, I saw Standard Chartered Bank in town when I came. Right? But there's another Standard Chartered Bank I saw in Meru. There's the headquarters in Nairobi. There's another one I see in Kisumu. All those are branches of the headquarters. They cannot purport to want to direct the organization from the branches. So the membership organizations work in a very simple way. Members being the owners of the organization operate through annual general meetings, which must be done annually. Every year there must be a meeting for the membership to be told what the organization has done in the period of that year, to be read for the finances and liabilities of that organization, to be told who the auditors of that organization is and whether there is need to appoint a new auditor, and many other things, including elections of office bearers, are done at the AGM. Even if you want to amend the constitution, you bring it to the AGM. So anyone operating in the branch should not be a member of the organization. At the branch level, it should be an employee who has been employed to offer services to Mwananchi. If, for whatever reason, a member comes from the same area that the branch is located, that member should not be going to the office to offer services. That member is supposed to provide oversight. They say that you cannot be judge, jury, and executioner. You cannot also be a judge in your own case. So you cannot come and say you are a member, you want to be involved in decision making. Once you make the decision, then you run to the branch and say, because I come from this branch, I must also see how you are doing things here. I also want to give me a desk, I want to do ABCD. That is not good governance. Good governance advocates for separation of powers, separation of responsibility. There has to be a center where everybody draws power, and it goes like that. So it comes from the membership to the board of directors, and then management or secretariat. So when it says 2/3, it means 2/3 of the members, whether they are in Kitui, whether they are in Nyeri, whether they are in Muranga, as long as they are members. They will show up in the meeting, and as long as you have 2/3 of them, then you make whatever decision needs to be made. However, in the event that you cannot achieve 2/3, you are allowed to try again once more to achieve 2/3. If you fail a second time, then you try a third time, and whichever number that you get forms the quorum, a decision is made, and you move on. This is the democracy that we are all fighting for. Sawa sawa. Freedom of expression of members of PBOs to be included in PBO constitutions. That was a suggestion from someone. We have a draft constitution or a draft requirement for constitutions that is in the forms. We, as the authority, will guide you on how to go about that draft constitution. But whatever you want to put in that constitution, as long as it is within the law, will be allowed. If you want to put in your constitution that you want freedom of expression, by all means. But the Constitution of Kenya already provides for freedom of expression, and you can express yourself whichever way you deem fit, as long as you do not infringe on the freedom of someone else to express, or you do not go outside the confines of the Constitution. Under income generating activities, there was a question on support and supervision. Section 65 of the PBO Act provides for authorities, PBOs, to be able to generate income to support their projects. This was a special provision that we put in place back in 2013. We had already seen that donor support was dwindling, that donor focus was shifting, and therefore it was not going to be easy for PBOs to sustain themselves depending on donors. So we said, let us put in place a mechanism that is going to allow PBOs to generate income for themselves without entirely relying on the donors. So we came up with Section 65. Now, there are two ways of generating income. One, you generate income from the activities you do within the organization. I will give you examples so that it is well understood. For example, if within your organization you are dealing in agriculture and you produce more than you need, you can sell, and then that money comes back into the organization. If you have chicken, you can sell eggs. You can even sell the chicken itself. If you have cows, you can sell milk, and so on and so forth, so that you generate income for the PBO. That is method one. Method two, because the company's register allows a single individual person to own and operate a company, we are allowing PBOs to register companies as legal persons. Once you register the company should be fully owned by the PBO. You cannot have a partnership where it is the PBO and another person, hapana. It is fully owned by the PBO and it is for profit. Ni biashara hiyo kampuni inaenda kufanya. Once that company makes profits, all that profit is plowed back into the charitable objectives of the PBO. This is where it gets tricky. Because if that company does not plow that profit into the objectives of the PBO, then that company will be liable to pay taxes. If that company, however, plows those profits back, and there is evidence to show that it has been plowed back, then the company gets tax exemption on the profit. There's a tax certificate that the PBO will issue to the company so that it is exempted from paying taxes. The other tricky thing is that the management of the PBO must be different from the management of the company. And this is for various reasons other than good governance. There are also issues of money laundering that may quickly come in, and then there are issues of KRA that may also quickly come in. So the management of the PBO and the management of the company registered and owned by the PBO must be totally separate and different. On maendeleo, is it Mau Mau veterans, yeah? We already answered these questions in Meru. How do you suggest we proceed? We just keep answering them until tuzoee ama? Tuendelee tu namna hiyo. Okay. So you've said you don't like the name authority because it provides authority. You want a docile name like the council. When the government is called the council, and this is a regulator, how do you expect it will protect you from that? You said it should protect you from political interference. Now imagine, as the organization we are transiting from, the PBO board, the NGO board, has been around for over 30 years, right? Do you know that? That the NGO board has been around for over 30 years. But people in government still say, wale watu wa NGO. They don't recognize it as part of the government. They see it as, sisi wote tunawekwa kwa kikapu moja, wale watu wa NGOs. Then, when we come and say we want to protect our members from, then we will be quickly shown the door and thrown out, watu wa NGO wanasumbua. Si ni kweli? But the jury is still out there because the word authority appears in the act, not the regulations that we are making, but the act. There will come a time when the act will need to be amended. Those proposals can be brought then. As at now, not much that we can do about that. Protection from political interference, again, if you are operating within the law, there's no one who should interfere with you because the authority upholds the law. So if somebody comes and says, I don't like Mau Mau veterans because of a political whatever, we cannot allow them to interfere with you outside the law. If you've not breached the law, there's absolutely no reason for the authority to either cancel, deregister, or do anything to that effect. From SHOFCO, you said monitoring, oversight, and sanctions. What will be the criteria for monitoring? Monitoring is simple. You just read the act and the regulations and you see whether compliance has been met. Once in a while, you can walk to the field and see that whatever you are being told on paper is similar to what is happening in the field. That is part of monitoring. Once in a while, you can carry out inspections, impromptu visits. You show up and say, tulikuwa Nyeri tunapita, tukaona, tupitia hapa tuone mnafanyaga nini. Then that is part of monitoring. When you file returns, that is also part of monitoring because we look at what you have filed and we look at it and say, okay, SHOFCO, this much, this program. So when we come to the field, we look at what you filed vis-a-vis what is in the field. Then we get the correct data and advise the national government. There was also a question on whether the AG confirmed that the regulations align with the Constitution. I want to assure you that every step of this process, the AG is with us. There is nothing that we do that we do not take reference from the AG. So the AG is fully within this process. Before we left Nairobi to come for this public participation, we passed by the AG's office. They looked at the regulations and said, toa hii, haya. Weka hii, haya. Sasa enda, ongea na wananchi. So when we are done here, we will go back to the AG and tell the AG, this is what wananchi have said. How do we go about it? Then the AG will tell us, hii iko sawa, hii andika hivi na hivi na hivi, alafu inaenda bunge. So that is how we work. Bado, relax. There was a memorandum that was presented here. I want to respond to the question or concern on the tribunal. The tribunal, even though has been established by the PBO's Act, it is not the function of the PBO authority. It is purely the function of the judiciary. As we speak, you must have seen that the CJ had advertised for people interested in serving in the tribunal. Applications had already been put forth. Interviews had been done. The names have been forwarded to Parliament. Parliament has already approved. So what is left is telling them, ofisi yenu ni pale, mutafanyia kazi from there. When it comes to decentralization, again, that is entirely a judicial process. But because we have courts all over the Republic, we believe the judiciary should be able to decentralize the tribunal all over the Republic. However, because it has been brought here, we will also take it to them and tell the CJ this is what Mwananchi is saying. I do not understand this question on the 1/3 Kenyan director requirement significantly burden small technical-driven community groups. Could you clarify what this means?
So most of the time, there is a requirement on the international registration that 1/3 of the directors, they need to be Kenyan. They need to be Kenyan. So the 1/3 Kenyan director requirement significantly when, for example, someone wants to register an organization from, basically, for example, an affiliate to others. So the 1/3, the recommendation is to introduce a tiered model, exempting very small PBOs with less than 10 staff and 5 million from the requirement when maintaining it for international and bigger entities. So when you have a budget of less than 5 million or 10 staff, then you understood to be a localized organization, and so you can have the 5 of you or the 10 of you as locals. So even if it's an affiliate that has been sent to a different country. So this more refers to organizations that come along that needs affiliates, but basically affiliates working at grassroots levels. I don't know whether it's more clear.
I'm still in the bush.
Huh.
Someone who has understood, please.
So, I don't know how, maybe.
Come again.
So on this one, the international bit of it is that the Act says that 1/3 of Kenyan directors needs to be there.
So what is your concern? Agreeing?
My concern is that it doesn't have necessarily to be 1/3, but actually the whole of it. This strongly refers to organizations that have affiliates. Do they call it? Yeah, affiliates that are establishing affiliates in different countries, that they can fully locally own the affiliate rather than having the 1/3 requirement. So most of the time in those organizations, you'll find 2 or 3 board members who are not Kenyans, or even the whole of that board is not Kenyan. And so from a grassroots perspective is that the affiliate going to the grassroots can have all the board members having to be Kenyan.
Are you talking about localization or are you talking about a fully established organization which came with foreigners and Kenyans?
Yeah, that is what I'm talking about. Those ones of like, you'll find that at the end of it, for example, with the voting powers and what, most of those staff who are there and are expatriates have a bigger say within the organization. And so the recommendation is that the whole of the affiliate organization coming to be localized in Kenya is fully Kenyan owned.
Fine, I have you now.
Thank you.
Let me answer you. When you come to the authority for registration, you are the ones who come with the foreigners. And you tell us that without this person, we cannot operate. Without these people, we will be nowhere. So you bring 2, 3, 4, 5 foreigners and say, because they have convinced you to take an employee position and they want to take oversight position, so you bring them to us and say, so it is us who are saying that without a third of Kenyans at the decision-making level, we cannot accept such a registration. Are we together? Because what has happened most of the time is that Kenyans come with foreigners for registration purposes because there's always funding involved somewhere. Then those foreigners come, sometimes they engage in nefarious activities and then they disappear. When they do that, it is the Kenyan who brought them to us that we will question because we cannot find them to question them. And that is why we are insisting, because if you are a Kenyan who brought them to us and you are at employee level, you will not be able to answer any question if asked. So we are insisting that those Kenyans must be at oversight level, board level, so that when a decision is being made, they are part and parcel to it. Even if they object to that decision being made, their objection will be noted and recorded in the minutes. And when those minutes come to us, we will note that there was an objection here. Why? We will start asking questions there moving forward. The other reason why we have Kenyans in foreign-led boards is so that those Kenyans can raise an alarm and tell us, look, the way things are going here, they are not okay. Can you come in and see what is happening? Because sometimes we've had foreigners come in, do certain things. By the time it gets to us, it is too late because the foreigners are long gone. So those Kenyans are there to serve a purpose. The catch is that these foreigners come with funding attached to them. True or false? So when they come with their fundings attached to them and you want to dictate to them, they will say, okay, fine, we don't need to be here. We can go to Tanzania or Uganda if we cannot get. So it is a delicate balance. So if we insist and say, let it be 2/3 or all Kenyans, fine, you can be all Kenyans, but where are you going to get the funds from if those foreigners come with funds attached? Fully Kenyan organizations exist, and because Kenyans have come and said, we are this number of people, we want to do ABCD, please register us. And they come fully Kenyan. In fact, this SHOFCO is fully Kenyan. At the board and management level. So when you come, it is you who will tell us whether you want to be registered as fully Kenyans or you want to be mixed with foreigners. And we help by dictating that ratio to the foreigners, and it should be acceptable for purposes of you. Because when we say, no, let us have purely Kenyans, then it is you who will say, you are chasing my donors. how am I going to survive? Can we at least have some of them in the board? So it is a balance that I don't think we can legislate beyond the provision that we've given. I have also seen a lot of foreign-led organization, after several years of work, they do something called localization, where they hand over the organization to Kenyans fully. I don't know if you answered. There was a question on how the PBO regulation protects or facilitates individuals who undertake public benefit activity. Public benefit activity done at an individual level remains just that. Because of freedom of association, you do not have to register. You can associate at whatever level you want because of that protection in the Constitution. However, if you want to structure your association under the public benefit activity that you engage in, then you must get registered. Once you get registered, then you get all the protection and facilitation that comes with the law. There was a question on data protection and leakages. The authority takes very, very, very seriously protection of individual data that we receive because we are one of the data agencies in this country. We work very closely with the Data Protection Agency, and we file returns with them on the data that we collect. So if there is a leakage somewhere, then it is subject to investigation. Once we figure it out, then we take necessary, appropriate action. However, I want to caution that there are people in this country that are always out to either hoodwink you or con you or do whatever it is to obtain money from you in one way or another. And frankly speaking, our data is all over the place. You walk to a government office, they say, bring your ID. You fill in that information and leave it there. You walk to another office, they say, put in your email address here, your ID here, your name here, your phone number. You leave it there, you go. You walk to a BNB, they say, give us your data. You leave it there, you go. Everywhere you go nowadays, you cannot access without leaving your data. So our data is basically everywhere. So those of us who are mandated to receive this data, we protect it. We do not take it lightly. We do not play around with it. So we protect it. So leakages can come from anywhere where we have left our data. You go to a hotel, you want to eat, they even want your email address. You ask them, what has my email address got to do with food? When you go for functions, right, there is a form that you fill in, attendance sheet. Si ni kweli? Si unaweka mpaka email address hapo na namba ya simu. Anyone can obtain that and use it against you. So I have to caution you that when it comes to issues to do with the sector, there is a simple thing called due diligence. Exercise due diligence, get in touch with the authority, find out if whatever information someone is giving you is correct or not. Otherwise, you become a candidate for utapeli. Sawa sawa. I'm being told to move very fast. There was a question on mandate to train and build capacity of by the authority. Yes, under Section 42, we have the mandate to train, offer capacity building. However, I have heard sentiments that it should be for free. There are certain costs involved with these processes. For example, there is travel here, there is food there, there is water there, there is tea there. So depending on organization, there are organizations which say we want to be hosted in, which is the biggest hotel in Nyeri? Which one? Rhino. If an organization wants to be trained in Rhino, there is a cost attached to it. If an organization wants to be trained in the culture hall, the cost would be very minimal. So we can look at those modalities depending on the organization that is asking for the training. However, the authority will be issuing on an annual basis a schedule of trainings in each and every town. I believe the independence of the board of the authority has been clarified. If you look at the section that establishes, it says at least 3 members from the civic society are supposed to be elected as part and parcel. So representation, the independent members come from the civil society and they are appointed to sit in the board to take care of the issues of the sector. There was a concern that name reservation should be put in abeyance for 1 year to give time for an organization that needs to comply. Is 1 year practical to keep a name in the register of an organization that has been removed from the register? I leave that to you. On issues of transfer of assets, there are 2 things that you need to know. Transfer happens in 2 ways. 1, the organization decides to dissolve. When an organization is dissolving, it is a voluntary exercise. The organization will go through the motions of what is required, and at the end of the day, choose at least 3 organizations that they want to hand over their assets to. If those organizations are compliant, because the authority, after you choose, you bring to the authority, they will tell you, this one is compliant, this one was deregistered, this one does not exist. Then you choose afresh. If, however, you are unable to choose, for whatever reason, the authority will help you choose from the ones that are in the register and are compliant. Method 1. Method 2, you have been deregistered. Remember, voluntary dissolution and deregistration have 2 different effects. When you have been deregistered, it means there is a problem. So the authority will take over the process of handing over those assets to another organization with similar objectives so that beneficiaries continue to benefit. So that is how it is separated. On creation of ward level desk in counties for effective coordination, we are engaging with county governments and establishing a collaborative system where county governors are including PBOs that operate in their various areas in budgeting and decision making for the county. So this is an ongoing exercise that is happening across the board. At the beginning of every financial year, the PBOs in that area and the county government, you sit together, look at the projects available, look at the funds available, and then agree on who does what to avoid duplicity. This is something that we cannot legislate in the regulation, but we are doing it administratively. I think somebody said we need to enhance monitoring and evaluation. That is something that we are going to do. Aisha from Supchem, something about being used as brand ambassador. You engage in proposal writing, but when money comes, people disappear. There's not much the authority can do about this. This is upon you to exercise your own judgment and see that this is happening and I'm being used. So you can protect yourself by engaging the services of a lawyer. There are lawyers who offer pro bono services, including this one that is seated here. They offer pro bono services and they make sure that you enter into an agreement that is watertight, that if it has been breached, then you have cause for recourse. Otherwise, the way you've been doing it, you cannot get much help. Now, the rest in this memorandum we are going to study. Once we study them, we will have a meeting with the AG and he will advise us appropriately. You asked that the authority through the Act should promote predictability and transparency in compliance. You said that we are asking you to file returns, but there are no templates. Two things. There's a template for filing annual returns. It used to be called Form 14. Right now, I think it's Form 21. 16. It's Form 16. So the template has been given within the regulation. However, when it comes to financial statements, this is done by auditors. Auditors are well guided on the parameters where they need to, where to file audited accounts, and this has already been standardized. So you cannot have yourself doing the audited accounts. You are not an auditor. Give that job to the auditor to do. There was one on safeguard against pretextual suspension or deregistration. You say, you gave a recommendation and say we revise the clauses to require demonstrable evidence of harm, incitement, financial misappropriation before suspension, implement mandatory investigation and disclosure of findings in public. I want to assure you that Section 62, as read with Section 63, provide for how the authority institutes inquiries or investigations, and that is well covered for. It cannot be used as a weapon as demonstrated here. Back to you.
Thank you for the long explanation and answers. We can still take a few more. Sitaki tufungie mtu wowote nje. Any more query, any more concern, comments? Na nashukuru kwa sababu tumekuwa na uvumilivu. This is the first participation we've found organizations already ready with memorandums and petitions, all that ready. Any more concern? Thank you.
Thank you. Possibly not about this. There was a time nikicheck website ya Pibora, nilikuwa naona walikuwaga na events known as the NGO week. And then thereafter, sijui kama zili disappear, but I'm also proposing the next time unakuwa na NGO week, kindly bring the event to this region. Asante, my proposal. Yeah.
I am sure that Caro in partnership has heard that. She will definitely factor that in.
Mimi ningeuliza kwa sababu organization nyingi zinasema tunaenda kusaidia.
Tupatie jina na county kwanza.
Sorry, naitwa Priscilla Wajira Mwangi, natoka hii county ya Nyeri.
Karibu Priscilla.
Mimi nilikuwa nauliza organization nyingi zinakushanya pesa ndio wasaidie maskini ama ile ingine ama waetima hivyo hivyo, lakini wakikusanya hizo pesa wanajitajirisha wao wenyewe, hawafanyi ile kazi walisema wanaenda kufanya. Hao wanafuatiliwa na nyinyi ama wanaashiriwa tu wajisaidie, wajitajirishe?
Lyndon.
Umesema wanakusanya pesa ya kusaidia lakini wanajitajirisha. Now, this is where monitoring comes in very strongly. One, you are supposed to help you. How do you do that? There are instances where organizations under-declare. For example, an organization worth 200 million, wakiandika returns watuambie sisi tumepata tu 950. Without the bank statements, we may not be able to confirm. Si ni kweli? Tukiandika kwa hii sheria mtupatie bank statement, mnaanza kusema hapana, breach of data. Si ni kweli? So tutasaidiana aje? Because for us to be effective, we need to know how much came in. How was it utilized? Was it fully declared? Where was it utilized? For instance, there are people that come to the grassroots and say, okoteni pesa, tunataka kuanzisha table banking. Si ni kweli? Hiyo pesa inafaa iende kwa bank. Saa zile hiyo pesa imepotea, sisi kama regulator tutajua aje without getting access to the bank statement? Tuone pesa iliingia siku fulani, tuone minutes inaonyesha so and so alitoa pesa fulani, and then now when we are carrying out investigation we ask the people that muliokota pesa ya huyu na huyu na huyu kwa account muliweka hii ingine iko wapi, imeenda kwa mfuko ya nani? Those are questions that we have to ask during investigations, but we cannot do that effectively if I need to go to court to get a court order ndio nikuje ni access bank statement. Hiyo ni njia ndefu sana, si ni kweli? But tunaweza hapa weka kwa hii sheria tuseme kama kuna investigation, organization ipeane bank statement, si ni kweli? So the ball still is in your court. Sisi tutafanya investigation, mahali umetapeliwa tutakusaidia, but we also need to have njia rahisi ya kufanya hiyo uchunguzi. Sawa sawa. Joshua?
Thank you very much. I think we should be winding up. Na sidhani kuna yeyote ambao nimewacha au hatujamsikiza. So I would want then to pass my sincere appreciation na kuwashukuru nyinyi nyote kwa kukuja siku ya leo. Ni siku ambayo labda wengine walikuwa nadhani hatutakuwa na public participation. Tunaelewa leo ni siku 25th of June, and our young people and most of the people who protested last year wamekuwa katika demonstration. Hata ukitoka nje hivi sasa, ningependa kuomba tuwe a bit careful. You can hear gunshots in town. So tukienda tutembee kwa umakini. Itakuwa vizuri sana, isisemekane ulikuja kwa public participation ya kuongelea public benefit alafu usifike nyumbani, si ndio? But I don't think there is anything harmful, but just take precaution and concern. And importantly, ningependa kuomba wale ambao wameelezea kwamba kupata au wametaka sana kuwasiliana na the regulator. Tafadhali tuangalie hapa, tumepewa email info@pbora.go.ke, email yao. Tafadhali kukiwa na jambo lolote tunaweza kuwasilisha pale. Ya pili, tumepewa namba ya Safaricom, nadhani hiyo itakuwa rahisi, +254 111 053310. Kabla uondoke hakikisha umechukua. Alafu tuko na Twitter handle, that's X @pboa/_ra. I think for the regional offices, nadhani Lyndon vile umezungumza, kuna maoni ambayo nadhani imekuwa wazo nzuri sana. Mercy mentioned that as a proposal, but if the regulator can put in a desk or an officer across the Huduma centers, it will even be cheaper and more accessible for the public benefit organizations. It is even a plus for the regulator on matters registration, on matters licensing, on matters compliance, monitoring and evaluation, which means also more revenue for the regulator. So I really appreciated yule ambaye aliomba akasema wakwe katika Huduma Center. Inakuwa rahisi sana kwa wananchi kuweza kuwafikia. Lakini kwa hivi sasa Nairobi wako Cooperative Bank House, and then we have those branches across board. Mostly you've seen there in county commissioners offices. So I think the good proposal we are leaving from this public participation, tunachukua wazo hilo na tutafikia. Director, umesikia, mmeombwa kama mnaweza kuweka desk yenu ama officers wenyu kwa Huduma Centers, that will even make it better because it brands the regulator, anajulikana kwamba anasimamia. Hata hilo jambo ambapo mama umeweza kuomba kwamba kukiwa na makosa na nini, kama tutakuwa na regulator katika Huduma Centers, nadhani itakuwa rahisi hata kuweza kuwasilisha complaint ama kukuwa na any concern. So I think it is important tukuwe na hizo contacts. Wale ambao wameintroduciwa kama officers wa regulator, kama una jambo au wazo lolote, tafadhali unaweza kuwafikia. Tunashukuru pia kwa hiyo questionnaire. Ukishaandika jina na maoni yako jinsi tuwafaa tufanye ili tuweze kutimiza jambo kama hili liwe rahisi kama public participation, your feedback inakuwa muhimu sana na tunashukuru sana. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, ningependa tufunge kwa maombi, na ningeomba angalau mama mmoja aje atufungie kwa maombi ili tuweze kumaliza kikao yetu siku ya leo. One volunteer. Unaweza tuombea tafadhali maombi ya Kiislamu? Karibu.
Okay, I'm reading a chapter from Holy Quran. It's for Thanksgiving. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-rahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
Shukran sana, tumpigie makofi. Tuliongea tukazungumza mpaka tukasahau. Naambiwa kuna chai. Mercy, where is Mercy? Mercy has mentioned that there is tea. Sawa, tukiondoka tafadhali ile tu kusema asante. Tupitie pale nje, angalau atakayejua imewaka, lakini tunapenda chai. Hata kama ni saa ngapi tutakunywa chai. Tafadhali. Mungu awabariki na muende kwa amani. Asante sana. God bless. Our teams don't attack the hard copies, please.
I need to go and give a first statement.